Okay, we're live now.
Good evening and welcome to our national broadcast for Prisoner Justice Day. I'm Elle Jones and I'm going to be co-hosting along with Desmond Cole.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the 48th commemoration of Prisoners Justice Day. I'm speaking to you from Treaty 13, Toronto, Tekaronto, the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, and the Huron-Wendat. It is a great honor and a pleasure to be part of this broadcast once again this year. And thank you so much to everybody who's organized this through the Abolition Coalition and our partners across the country. It's a pleasure to be with everybody.
To begin with, we're going to tell you a little bit about what this day is. Some people, of course, have been joining us for the many years we've been doing this broadcast now. But for some of you, this may be your first commemoration of this day. So Desmond Cole is going to start by telling you a little bit about how this day got started and why it's so significant.
So, as many of you who join us every year will know, Eddie Nayland died alone in a segregation cell in Millhaven Maximum Security Penitentiary, located in Kingston, Ontario, Canada, on August the 10th of 1974. A year later, Prisoners Justice Day was first observed, and it was observed by imprisoned people held in the same federal penitentiary who engaged in a one-day hunger strike and a work strike in support of their demands to end solitary confinement and other injustices behind bars. Since then, Prisoners Justice Day has been marked by people inside and outside of prison walls across the world demanding change. As prisons continue to exist and continue to kill, Prisoner Justice Day events are once again taking place across the country today to commemorate the lives lost to human caging and to stand in solidarity with prisoners along with their loved ones who are demanding changes to save lives behind and beyond bars, including an end to solitary confinement and segregation-like measures that have become further entrenched during this age of disruption plagued by the COVID-19 pandemic, floods, forest fires, and poor air quality, heat waves, and other preventable disasters. In this context, there is, of course, a need to work towards decarceral futures, where resources currently invested in human caging are redirected to people, to communities, to people pushed back by the margins, to the margins by colonialism, racism and white supremacy, capitalism and classism, patriarchy, heterosexism, ableism, and other violent structures, to enhance our collective well-being and safety. In support of efforts to demand changes behind and beyond prison walls for criminalized people, the Abolition Coalition organizes this event, the 48th annual commemoration of Prisoners Justice Day and the 4th edition of Prisoners Justice Day TV, which we are honored to bring to you this evening. Elle.
Tonight, we will share recorded footage from events held earlier in the day in Ottawa, Kingston, Toronto, and Regina. And we will also have live event footage from events happening tonight in Montreal, Toronto, Winnipeg, and Vancouver. We will also have interviews with formerly incarcerated people like Rick Sauvé, whose charter challenge won imprisoned people the right to vote in federal and provincial territorial elections, current prisoners, family members of people prison has killed, like Yusuf Fakiri of the Justice Pasoli campaign, as well as community organizers from groups like the Disability Justice Network of Ontario, Freelands Free Peoples, the P4W Memorial Collective, the Tracking Injustice Project, the Vancouver Prison Justice Day Committee, and more. We also have several statements to read throughout the broadcast, including from the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies and Senator Kim Pate.
The Tracking Injustice Project, I should say, released a press release today, demonstrating, and I think we're going to bring this up on screen, that they have been doing some research and documentation of deaths of incarcerated people across Canada since the year 2000. We have some data in Canada when this comes to people killed by the police, But as far as we know, this is the most extensive documentation that we've had in recent years of people killed in incarceration, and that means immigration detention. That means in psychiatric incarceration, of course, jails and prisons. The number of people tallied by the Tracking Injustice Project who have died in incarceration since the year 2000 numbers 1,495 people. It is a shocking number, and the website that you're seeing on screen right now is a documentation. You see the scrolling list of names at the top, and those are the names just for this year, and we're going to honor those who have lost their lives already in 2023. The year is not out yet. But the Tracking Injustice Project goes further than that and goes back every year up to the year 2000 and names each of the 1,495 names that we know, some of which we don't know, of individuals who have died. So you see sometimes there it will say unknown because there are many names of people whose lives have been taken from us through these carceral systems, and we don't even know their names. And so this is a huge undertaking and an important one in terms of commemoration, memorial, and accountability. Just for context, this number is approximately double the documented number of people who have been taken from us by the police over that same time period. It's a quite shocking and sad documentation, but one that we're really, really grateful for. So you can see that on screen, and you can go to the Tracking Injustice website, trackinginjustice.ca/in-memory, as you can see there on screen, and you are able to see what we're looking at live right now.
And later in the show, we will be interviewing Alex McClelland, who has been gathering these names and organizing this project. And you can, on that site, trackinginjustice.ca, find a blog post on the research process used to create this memorial. So if you're interested in how those names emerged and what the process was for doing this project, you can look on that page and find that post. So at this point, to begin our commemoration of this important day in Canada, we are going to read the names of the 45 people who have died behind bars across Canada in just the first 6 months of this year. And Desmond's going to start. So we remember that on this day, those inside are currently fasting and striking from work in order to not only commemorate the deaths of their comrades, but to continuing demanding better conditions for those inside.
And we honor the fact that there are lives behind these names that we're reading. There are spirits, there are existences, hopes, family, experiences lost. It's not just a name. These are the lives of people that we have had taken from us by the system. And so I will begin with some of the names of people who have been taken from us just in 2023. Michael Graham, Sebastian Chamberlain, Victor James, Nicholas Job, Cassandra Fox, unknown, Kinyu James, Giles Ogre, unknown, Peter Paul, Tommy Vivi, Thomas Haight, Steve Saray, Patrick Langevin, Eric Amaral, unknown, Gary Donald Johnston, unknown, Melvin Miller, Anthony Chadzimanilakis, Sarah Rose Denny, Dean Michael Devaney, Saeed Egal, Marc-Andre Gaudreau, Jason Gagne, Richard Baudouin, Renaud Lepage, Oliver Murdoch, unknown, Damian Hawley,
Norman Rosenblum, Sylvain Duquette, unknown. Serge Gagnon, unknown. Trevor Stewart, Jean Leduc, Robert Osman, Luke Perrick, Thomas Straub, Danny Croxon, Michael Laverne Wentworth, Douglas Gordon Martin, Colton Pachinos, and Alexis Simon. So we're going to take just a moment of silence to honor those names and to continue to push for their deaths to be honored by us fighting for a world beyond bars. We have said that Prisoner Justice Day has been commemorated in Canada, first inside prisons and then outside as well, since the 1970s. We're going to read now the first set of original demands that were published in Odyssey magazine via Millhaven. And so those are the demands that were first made in the first commemoration of Prisoner Justice Day. And Desmond Cole is going to read those demands.
We may be bringing these up on screen as well. I mean, one of the great things about the Abolition Coalition is the ability to research these kinds of things, and we don't have to, if we don't have it on screen, I can simply read it out. But it's the great research of people who are part of this coalition that are able to uncover our history here in people in what we know as Canada, so-called Canada, fighting back and documenting how they're fighting back. And so, as Elle said in Odyssey newsletter, we have the original set of demands. This is titled Prison Justice Day, August 10th, 1979, for the end to senseless deaths in prisons in support of human rights for prisoners. And I'm going to read these demands. They say, to attain the right to meaningful work with fair wages, the right to useful education and training, the right to proper medical attention, the right to freedom. It's on screen now. We've got it on screen here at the same time. Sorry, I'll just let you bring it up and I'll continue. Thank you. The right to freedom of speech and religion, the right to free and adequate legal services, the right to independent review of all prison decision-making and conditions, the right to vote, the right to form a union, the right to adequate work and fire safety standards, the right to open visits and correspondence, the right to natural justice and due process. And as you can see there, it says right afterwards, the demands have not changed substantially over the years. We're in 2023, and I believe we can still say that all this time later, the initial demands of people incarcerated in Canada have not changed because the conditions of incarceration have not changed. And in many cases, they have been made worse, and the state has found ways to shift, to dodge accountability, to respond to what it receives as criticisms and condemnations with obfuscation. I mean, we're going to talk at some point, I'm sure, this evening about the decision on immigration detention in Ontario, something that seems like it would be a victory to not have more people being sent to specific facilities for immigration detention. But where will they be sent? What does that decision actually mean? What does it mean for the lives of people in immigration detention? The state has many, many ways of shifting when these demands are made by incarcerated people and their families and their supporters to give the veneer of progress and change where none is actually happening.
Thank you, Desmond. I do want to say that I currently have a cold, so I'm trying to be discreet. My nose is running, so we're kind of, this is grassroots broadcasting. So sorry, guys. We're observing my health crisis on camera.
You're doing just fine.
And I'll just say that on that note, things like basic health care are not available in prison. So even something as simple as getting a Tylenol or Advil cold and sinus because you're sick, or just very basic things are not available for those who are inside. And so every time that we experience these sort of mild inconveniences on the outside, I think it's important to remember, especially on a day like today, that something that begins simply in prison can end up as death or as a serious health crisis simply because the very basic medications or healthcare is not available. So we do want to note now, we have an interview coming up. We were planning on reading the current demands from Millhaven, the originating place of those demands we just heard and of the first Prisoner Justice Day. But unfortunately, CSC canceled the recent Millhaven Lifers Liaison Group meeting. So these current demands have been unable to be communicated. CSC continues to attack the freedom of speech of imprisoned people and to enact reprisals for PJD organizing. So we are not able to share those demands, but we do have with us today a legendary figure in both prison organizing and human rights organizing in Canada, and that is Rick Sauvé, who is joining us now on camera. Welcome, Rick, to the broadcast.
Hello, glad to be here.
So we mentioned this earlier in our introduction, but that was a little while ago. So Rick Sauvé is mostly known, although he did much other organizing, but is particularly known in the law that bears his name in the case for winning prisoners the right to vote in federal and provincial elections. And that decision is a huge landmark case, not only, of course, of the rights of prisoners, but in the general human rights in Canada. So Rick, if you could begin, could you tell us what Prisoner Justice Day means to you and why it's so important that we're commemorating it right now?
Prison Justice Day, for me, it memorializes those that have lost their lives inside, those that are still losing their lives inside, families of the prisoners. Yeah, it's something that I still practice every year. Mostly at home. I send some emails out to friends, but yeah, it has a huge impact on me and my friends and family.
Could you tell us about the origins of this day? So you were on the ground at the time when this sort of organizing was getting started. So could you give us a bit of historical perspective on this day and the kind of organizing that took place?
Well, when I got to Millhaven in '79, got arrested in '78. So Prison Justice Day had already started, but back then we would all just go out into the yard, the main yard, refuse to come in. We refused to work. We didn't eat. And we had just a demonstration in the yard. Everybody got charged. It was an institutional charge. You would lose 3 days good time, but serving a life sentence, good time didn't apply to us. And but the whole prison population would vote. And we would, I remember the one year we burned an effigy of the Solicitor General in the yard. But we'd always go over the different demands and yeah, there was a lot of, while I was at Millhaven, there was about 15 people lost their lives while I was there over a 4.5 year, 5 year period. And yeah, I still have nightmares about some of that stuff.
Mhm.
Rick, it's Desmond Cole. It's a pleasure to speak with you.
Nice to speak with you.
Thank you. I imagine that there must have been some fear in the early organizing of Prisoner Justice Day of the kind of reprisal that people could face for doing these kind of things. And I wonder in the organizing how you all talked about what the consequences could be and why it was important to press on anyway.
Well, we didn't care what the consequences were going to be. We just wanted, we wanted to be recognized. Some of the things that were taking place inside the prison, and just to get the word out about some of the injustices that we were experiencing inside. SHU was still at Millhaven back then, and you could hear every night. My range was 2M, and so I could look across to SHU, the Special Handling Unit, and every night those guys were getting gassed. There was you would hear yelling out, so and so is getting beat. Yeah, and they would come in with the big water hoses, and so almost every night at Millhaven you could hear what was going on. Those guys would be rocking all night, yelling, and I still hear those screams, and yeah, we didn't care what the consequences were going to be for us. You know, what more could they do? They'd already stripped us of our dignity. They stripped us of our rights, and there was really nothing more that they could do to us.
Now we know about your advocacy about the ability for prisoners to be able to vote, but you were part of you were watching the broadcast, we know, before you came in, and you saw that long list from 79 of all the other things. The right to vote, perhaps the only thing on that list where a very substantial change has come. And I wonder how you reflect on that in all this time, that it's been so difficult to make these substantial changes that prisoners were demanding back in the late 1970s.
Yeah, when I was looking over rights, what we're looking for is rights, recognition. And I still go into all the different prisons in the Ontario region with St. Leonard's. And inmate pay has not gone up, but the cost of living has. Adequate health care. You know, you get health care, but they've downloaded so much of the cost of medications and glasses and everything else onto the prisoner. It's outrageous that they haven't had a pay raise in the prisons since '83 when that pay structure came in. Adequate work. You know, one of the things that corrections does is which I refer to as a pendulum swing, is they swung one whole way, focusing on programming within the institution and taking away jobs. So when I go into Millhaven or Collins Bay or any of the institution, there is no work. For so many prisoners don't have opportunities for employment. Some of the things that they've done over the past few years, for example, is they've brought in a new terminology, and it's called STG, Security Threat Group. So any prisoners that are identified by that, they get screened out of employment. They get screened out of programming. They get screened out of, and corrections doesn't have anything to help those that have had gang affiliation to get away from it. But there's so many guys, prisoners that aren't gang members, but have that label put on them. And when I first heard that security threat group, I thought, Jesus, this sounds like terrorism. What a horrible thing to say to somebody. That makes you sound like a terrorist. And then I looked at my own parole papers, because I'm still on late parole, and I noticed that I'm down as STG, but inactive. And how the hell did I come up with that? I've been out of prison since I got parole in '95. How did I get labeled as STG? And so when I go, some of the things that I've done over the years is I developed a program, a group for it's called Breakaway and it was the prisoners that asked me to do this. And so I've delivered that in the max and the medium and then the minimums. Yeah, and it was shocking going back in and seeing the new max in Collins Bay. Oh my God, when I went in and saw that, I was completely shocked. I think it's cruel and unusual punishment, that unit. I think it should be shut down. There's no employment for any of the guys in there. It's barbaric the way that unit is. What I saw, I believe it was barbaric going in there. They've got a little wee exercise yard. At least when I was in Millhaven, we had exercise yard and stuff like that. We even had a hockey rink at one point. And then that all got taken away. But when I went in and saw how little space there was in the exercise yard and the segregation where one unit can't be with another unit. And yeah, they've done that whole divide and conquer thing to the extreme. But yeah, there's, when I first started working with Lifeline in '99, I started actually the end of '98, I got hired. I was always going in trying to encourage, so many of the men to try and move forward and not. And now I go in and I see guys that I've been working with for 24 years that are still inside. I was just in Bath the other day, last week, doing a group in there. And some of the men that I was talking to, I know they're going to die in prison. And over the years, I've seen more and more of the clients that I've worked with have passed away inside. And yeah, it's disheartening.
Rick, we have a couple of more questions for you, and then we are going to move to an interview from Collins Bay that was conducted earlier on. But I wanted to ask you, what motivated you to take on this case for voting, which took many, many years? You said you got parole in '95, and that decision came around in 2002, I believe. So it was a very, very long fight that you undertook. So what made you want to keep fighting for that? And how did your organizing begin? What really shaped you to make sure that you were continuing to organize for people who are incarcerated?
Yeah, so we actually went to the Supreme Court of Canada twice on that case. So it started in 1983 when the charter came in, and I saw that the charter said that Section 3 of the charter said all citizens have the right to vote. I was sentenced to a life sentence, but I did not lose my citizenship. And so the things that affected my family and the community still affected me while I was inside. I had my daughter was 4 years old when I went to prison. So education, healthcare, My parents were getting older. My sister was in the Air Force. So all those kinds of things still applied to me while I was inside. And while I was inside, it was the injustices that I was seeing. And so, yeah, when I saw that all citizens had the right to vote, I reached out to Fergus O'Connor, Chip O'Connor, and said that I wanted to challenge the right to vote. And so what we had to do is I had to write a letter to the warden, the commissioner, and the Justice Department, and say what provisions are you going to make for me to be able to vote? So it had to get turned down before we could start it. So once they said no, you don't have the right to vote, then we took it to court. And so the first time we went to court, it was a trial in Ottawa, and I was up there for a week. Worked its way to the Supreme Court of Canada. We won, but then the government decided, well, we can't stop all prisoners from voting, so we'll set up a kind of a moral yardstick. We'll say anybody serving 5 years or more won't be able to vote. So that, in our view, my view, was further discrimination. And so we took it back to the Supreme Court. The Native Brotherhood group from Manitoba, I believe it was, they joined in. There was a number of other litigants that joined in. And yeah, we were finally successful. And I still think there's some court cases that I'm working on a document now to try and get back to the courts, because I still think that there's some voting rights that are a winnable issue.
Could I ask about education, Rick? Because I know that after your incarceration, you went back to school, and I wonder how important access to education has been for you in the many years since you were first incarcerated.
Well, when I went to prison, I had a grade 9 education. I dropped out grade 10. And I didn't want to be trapped like so many other people that all I had to talk about was prison life. And I wanted to be able to spend good time with my daughter, to talk about other things. So I did all my education while I was still inside. Had to fight for a lot of it. But education, my belief, is one of the best programs. Not that I really believe in rehabilitation, but education is one of those things that I believe would be so beneficial for so many prisoners. One of the things I did after I got out of prison is I worked in Toronto at the Toronto Boys Home with it, mostly inner city youth, mostly young gang people. And I couldn't believe the number of people, young kids, that were being excluded from the education system. We had one kid that was 12 years old, and we couldn't find a school anywhere in the city to take him. And I remember saying, this kid's going to get thrown in prison. He can find a gun on the street, but we can't find a goddamn school for him, And so I know with so many of the young men that I work with had fallen into that trap where they get excluded from school, and then they fall into the criminal justice system. And so I think that should be a big expansion of the education system. I think that there should be internet access for education, which there's a couple pilot projects that slowly are starting, but that screens out so many potential men and women from pursuing post-secondary education because they don't have internet access. But yeah, I think that was one of the most important things for me in my journey through the prison system.
Thank you. And I just want to take a second to emphasize that people may not realize that the internet has been banned for everything in federal prisons since 2001 or something like that. And that, of course, includes basically all post-secondary education effectively, since all correspondence is now online. But it also includes things like parenting courses, for example, that are only available online. Many provincial programs that are sometimes required for people to take are only available online as well, accessing libraries. The University of Alberta, for example, has a very extensive library on Indigenous law that people would like to reference and can't. So the claim is always that it's unsafe for victims or that it can't be monitored. But of course, technology has come a long way in the last 20 years. The US allows people access online. So we remain a holdout in Canada on violating people's constitutional rights by refusing people access unreasonably to the internet. And that is actually a very important issue. I just wanted to emphasize that for people, that this is extremely backwards, regressive, restrictive, and unnecessary rule that prevents so much for people to so-called rehabilitate themselves. And we do have to let you go, Rick. We are moving to another interview, but we want to thank you so much, not only for being here today, but also for all your contributions to human rights in Canada and to your ongoing work to continue to fight for the freedoms and dignity and humanity of those who are incarcerated. It's inspiring that you have not given up, that you have been relentless, and that you continue to be here with us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. A pleasure.
Been a pleasure.
There's so much that we can take up from our friend Rick Sauvé, and we'll try to take up in the next parts of the broadcast. He's brought up so many relevant issues, one of which you're going to hear about just now. I mean, Rick was talking extensively about Collins Bay. I had the privilege of interviewing somebody who's incarcerated right now at Collins Bay earlier in the summertime. And we had a few minutes during a call to chat on the phone. I said, hey, we're doing Prisoners Justice Day. Would you like to give a little bit of your thoughts about what you've been experiencing in incarceration? And you're about to hear from that individual right now. I thank him very much for what you're about to hear. See, we're having a technical issue right now. I'm just going to okay, we may have solved it.
Desmond, while we wait for this, do you maybe want to set up a little bit about how you, without giving details perhaps, some of the relationships you've had with men inside Collins Bay?
Well, I get calls, Al, often unexpectedly, because of the work that I do. People will find my phone number. People who are incarcerated, we know, are very resourceful, and they will call. And when they call, they might have any number of different things going on for them. And sometimes it's just they want to talk and they want somebody to listen. But other times there are other things that they are hoping that people outside can help them work on. I see we've got this clip ready now, so I'll go into that a little bit more after we hear from our friend. Sorry, folks, we're just still having an audio issue. Let me carry on. And if folks need a resent version of the file, just let me know in the chat, and I'll be able to supply that. But as we just try to fix this technical issue, I'll just say, Al, that yeah, I was fortunate.
Sorry, Desmond, you muted as well.
Oh, see, well, there we go. I was just saying. Okay.
Oh,
We're all
we're now having technical difficulties on our end as well. You were speaking about the resourcefulness of people inside and connecting to community.
and about individuals just being able to find my contact information and reach out to me. And sometimes it's just a talk. Sometimes there's a specific issue that they're working on that they want some support with. And so, you know, I do what I can. I'm not always able to meet the needs of people and to support them in what they have going on. But in some cases, you know, we make a relationship and we continue speaking with one another. Sometimes I'm even able to connect with people's family members on the outside and continue the relationship that way through speaking with family as well. And one thing I will say is that, you know, Rick Sauvé brought up the issue of gang designation. And I asked a question about that in the interview we're going to hear. And it's actually something that I've been learning a lot about recently from people who are incarcerated, because what happens is that people go inside and they have an assessment done. And at that time, if it is decided by the staff that they should have these designations based on a whole whack of things that, from my understanding, are not even standardized, well, then what that's going to mean is that it's going to, as Rick said, affect your ability to work. It's also going to affect, if you can work, your ability to get pay and what kind of pay you're going to receive, the certain kinds of privileges that you're going to be able to have on the range. There are all manner of things that get chopped off and restricted. And of course, you have to live with this stigma, and on top of everything else, while serving your time, of being deemed by the institution to be a gang member, or indeed, as Rick said, like the implication even is that you're part of some kind of terrorist organization. Are we ready to try this one again? So those are some of the things that I've been learning from people on the inside. All right, so where are you at right now?
I'm in Collins Bay, medium security.
How long have you been there?
I've been in Collins since 2015, so approximately 8 years now, going on 9.
Tell me about the day-to-day conditions where you are.
Well, the day-to-day conditions in Collins Bay has changed over the years. The whole penitentiary aspect of the prison system has changed. So when I say that, I mean as in, before it was men mingling. Now it's boys mingling with men. Being introduced to the penitentiary system in 2012, the dynamics has changed a lot. Population's more younger. There's not enough, as in guidelines, as in regards towards programs and such things, as in regards towards catering to the Black populations throughout these institutions.
If you have a medical issue and you need to see a doctor, what is the process like for that? You need to see a healthcare professional. You need to ask for some medication, get checked out. What is that process like for you?
That process is very weary at times. Healthcare is great. We got a great healthcare chief, but at the same time, nurses and other things within the institution can be wary at times. Putting in a request, you will not be seen as per se to that person that's on methadone situations. So for me, for instance, if I went down to healthcare right now, being a handicap within the institution, they would tell me I need to put in a request. If it was somebody else seeking a dosage regards, he would get dealt with right then and there. So it's just kind of poor at times, but at the same time, management is very great. They're kind of balanced on both sides, but at sometimes the nurses can be a little held back in regards towards what they can and cannot do.
I understand. Now, you and I talked a lot about race issues in the institution, and you actually just mentioned that there's not a lot of programming specifically for Black inmates. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
In regards towards Black inmates throughout Ontario, even out west, even in Nunavut, when it comes to Indigenous offenders, these populations, it's not like Ontario, like out west or out east. Well, east is predominantly Black. I've heard that they have probably the best system down east. When it comes to Ontario, we're kind of shuffling as in regards to where I can say, quote unquote, that other than the ICMP to complete my correctional plan, there's nothing stabilized for Afrocentric Black offenders that we can really relate to, because it seems that we're totally misunderstood. There's a big cultural gap in Correctional Services of Canada, which they're trying to catch up on now. But it's not too late, but they need to be a little bit more sturdy as in regards towards being serious and taking a proper hold on the situation when it comes to Afrocentric and Black offenders.
So would you say that that would be a demand that you had, is that you want to see that kind of Afrocentric programming strengthened?
I would love to see it strengthened, because I feel that these men in here, they're kind of still have wool on their eyes as in regards towards what they already know from what they don't know from what they could know. And ICMP program is only basically more kind of weary as in regards towards challenging you on where you come from, especially if you're part of a security threat group. That can kind of go down a different road. That opens a whole different door. You're kind of looked at in a whole different light compared to somebody without the security threat group stamp.
How has gang designation impacted your day-to-day life in the institution?
Gang activity, or I should call it gang dealings, for what's in the computer to what's being said. I believe when it comes to certain staff, not consideration, the factors that difference towards where you come from, how you, who you've been. The other half that are salty and mixed in with the John A. way of Canada, they take that with a grain of salt at all. They're quick to jump to conclusions, quick to tell you that you're diverting, quick to tell you that you're putting yourself in a higher light, quick to tell you that you don't need to lie to them because they're not the parole board. So it's all wary on how you answer these questions, and it's all wary on how serious you're being taken by supposed to be professionals.
So if you had some demands that you could make of CSC right now, not just for yourself, but for other people who you talk about who are going through similar situations,
Yes, sir.
what would a couple of those demands be?
I would demand, first and foremost, that in post interviews, when being signed up for your program and you have that one-on-one interview to discuss your index offense, I would demand that there be a tape recorder there from beginning to end, because as soon as you're being asked something and it's not answered the right way as in regards towards your program facilitator reciprocating your answer, you can be challenged, and then that can be flipped and bounced to CSC terminology as in regards towards not being straightforward. So when it comes to any and every Black and Afrocentric offender that has
That's really good, man. I'm gonna stop the tape there, okay?
Thank you.
So that
Thank
was,
you.
yeah, thanks, Al. That was a recording of my conversation earlier this summer with somebody incarcerated at Collins Bay, and you heard him speaking a little bit about conditions, access to healthcare, and particularly the lack of programming for Black people and the need to have culturally specific programming available for Black young men who find themselves there and in other institutions, and comparing what happens in Collins Bay to what he hears are more access to those kinds of programs in other parts of the country.
We are going to move now to another pre-recorded piece. So these are observations on the gains made for and repressions faced by imprisoned people as a result of PJD and other prisoner justice organizing inside prisons for women in Canada. And we have interviewing Rachel Fader, who is from the P4W Memorial Collective, is a PhD student doing amazing work on the resilience of incarcerated women and looking at how, rather than constant negative statistics, that we can and should focus on the solidarity, strength, and resilience of women inside. And we also have Kathy Porter, who is a former prisoner who began observing PJD in the early 2000s. So we're going to watch that video now, and we'll be back with more. Oh, sorry, we don't have sound on our end. If we want to maybe rewind that and try again. Sorry, we're having some technical struggles today, but I think we're ready to go on this clip.
Edits. Okay, so let's talk about Prisoners Justice Day. What was PJD like back in the day in the early 2000s when you first got in?
It was something that people prepared for months.
Okay.
The inmate committees, we would have design contests for t-shirts. So the t-shirts on the hoodies we were able to make, we would make in Corcan because some of us worked as silk screeners in Corcan. And so we would have design contests for everybody. And whoever won the design, that would go on the shirts, and they were judged by all of us, right? Everybody would put votes in and whichever design worked, and the person one went on the shirts. So it was really cool because then that person would receive like merch, right? They get a hoodie, they get some sweatpants, they get a t-shirt. And we really tried to make it so that, you know, when you were wearing your PJD shirt, it was something that everybody knew that you were wearing. And it wasn't just a shirt to people. Like, we would buy all the stuff as inmate committee, obviously no markup, you know, because we weren't looking to fundraise. We just wanted to, you know, have people buy what they needed to buy. Everybody would wear those shirts on Prison Justice Day, and everybody would stay home in protest, wouldn't work. And it wasn't just protest too, it was memorial. You know, we had memorial services that EFRI used to be able to come in, and we'd have like candlelit services.
Oh wow. So
yeah, we had a
died in prison, right?
Like, yeah, like we had a bench erected in the middle of the yard and tree planted for some of the prisoners that have passed on, some of our friends. And it was beautiful, you know, and everybody would wear that. There was so much solidarity. People wouldn't work, people wouldn't eat. And then as we were sitting in our houses, you know, we'd start cooking around 11:45, right? And we'd all eat together at midnight.
Oh, cool.
And it just, yeah, it just seemed like a really, like, we were so together that day. And we talk about, right? Wow, you know, like, this started in 1976. You know, this is what people do to say thank you to the people that have died helping us, you know, get these facilities, get these privileges. And, you know, just really try and get that message across that this is not something that was put in place by CSC. This was hard fought. victories, and even the little tiny steps, like inmate committee being able to buy a microwave for each house or whatever, right? That was fought for, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, and
What other things did you do you know that was fought for, gains that were made?
gains that were made were like uh okay, another thing was TVs. Inmate committee could buy TVs for the common areas, right? We back in the day we had food drives, and we would mark up the food and then donate to the community the profit from the food. And so then everybody could order from, fast food place, and we'd all vote on which place that we wanted to order from, and the money would come out of our accounts, right? And the profit that we made from that we would give to the community.
Wow.
Every year we gave uh $500 on Prison Justice Day to the community, to a charity of our choice,
Oh,
right?
cool.
Yeah, it was really neat back then, and people were involved. We had an inmate committee meeting every month, and people were involved. They could come to the meeting, and we'd talk about what we wanted to do.
Mhm.
What, even down to what colors do you guys want for your t-shirts? Yeah. And then slowly it started getting more and more punitive because, of course, we had a big political swing when Harper came in, and one of the PJD T-shirts that were made in one of the prisons, I'm not sure where, ended up on the Senate floor, and everybody had a spaz, right? Because it was an upside down Canadian flag, meaning the system's upside down,
Wow.
not the country. But they took it super personally, and then a couple years later they were banned. We could no longer silk screen t-shirts,
I
and that's
remember
when.
that because there was
Do
lots
you?
of
Yeah.
there was those t-shirts all over, like, the men's prisons, women's.
Yes.
I saw tons of PJD t-shirts in the early 2000s. And then I remember here, like, there was just a time, probably shortly after Harper was appointed, right? That,
Yeah.
oh, no more PJD t-shirts.
Yeah, no more PJD anything like that. Like, we used to take acrylic paint or markers and write on our big windows and stuff, like,
Mhm.
about PJD. It was an event. And the people that went to work, or were seen eating, were very few and far between, and basically told about, this is how this is wrong.
Yeah.
You'll always get people who don't care, or literally don't believe you that this was such an important thing. So yeah, it was like super recognized, and back in the day, and
Yeah.
there's been a change. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's been a
So you're saying the change was attributed to the, like, conservative government, tough on crime stuff, and part of it was linked to these t-shirts getting out and being aware. So then how did you see, like, the guards or the prison administration react to prisoners, like for Prisoners Justice Day or that?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because the government change allowed the guards and the management to now put these sanctions on, right? Like, the government before that, it was just like, it wasn't really, they accepted it as a memorial. They
Mhm.
accepted it because what harm could it do, right? Then when Harper came in, that gave the guards, that gave the management the permission to start, issuing sanctions. So you would lose a pay level if you didn't go to work.
For
You know,
one day?
yeah, unexcused absence, they drop you a pay level. You could be charged for not going to work as well. Then the guards started talking to some of the women about, you guys, PJD should be about, why don't you eat? Because then you're costing the government money. Like putting earworms in people, and they're like, yeah, that's way better, and it's not. It is not how it started. It is not the tradition, and it is not the way it is. So now that was out there. Oh no, that's a better way. Let's just eat twice as much, and we'll cost the government more. And okay, so like the people in Seg that were starved, that is why we don't eat, to just get a tiny modicum of suffering, to just, say thank you. We just withheld for one day food from, until midnight. And imagine the people that didn't get fed for long, long time because they were in Seg, and they were, the women that one time it was probably not one time, but if you talk to the Kingston girls, put in seg and cuffed behind their backs and their food put on the floor.
Yeah.
You know, that is what the food thing is about. It's not about costing the government money or not costing the government money. Like, it is about the suffering in memorial.
Yeah.
That's what
Well,
it's
and
about.
what I've heard from some of the lifers is back in the day, and maybe this was before your time, but in segregation, they wouldn't even feed them like the normal food that you get, like as made by the system, right? They would get like kinds of bowls of mush. Like, I don't even know what it was, but
Oh,
so that was
I,
like part of the hunger strike, is they would be like, I'm not going to eat this anymore, and I'm not going to eat it all. And then other prisoners would join in to be
yes.
like, okay, we need to get better food. And then eventually better food was provided to people in SEG.
See, and I wasn't around for that. That was before my time, but I heard these stories from, you know, my friends that had experienced stuff like this.
Mhm.
And that's a fight. That's the stuff that should be recognized on PJD.
Yeah.
That those things happened in our country, you know, to our people. Never mind the people that have passed away because of the lack of care and attention in the system, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a somber day, but it's a beautiful day too, and it's a privilege to be able to celebrate it,
Absolutely.
you know. And yeah, that's what PJD means to me. And even since I've been released, the stuff that happens in the community is just fantastic, you know. I last year I was so upset I couldn't go, you know, because it was my first year on the street after um my first year on the street with PJD after coming out, and I just felt that just that like how many people I'd lost, you know. I counted, and it was like 39 people that I knew of that had passed in the system, you know, or on parole. 39 people, and those were women, right?
And so what, your parole officer wouldn't allow you to attend?
Oh no, I could attend. I
Oh,
just couldn't attend
emotionally.
emotionally. Yeah, I was just I can't go. I can't go this time.
Okay.
I'm at that time I was in a really bad place
Yeah.
and I just couldn't get out of bed
Mhm.
because it was just so heavy and so
Yeah.
encompassing, and I wasn't with my people. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And so
Yeah.
that played into it a lot. I only got out the 22nd of July. And
Oh,
so,
just,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. And it was just like, oh my God. Yeah, it was too much.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh no, that was the year before. Yeah, yeah. So it's crazy. But I love that we're doing this, the PJD TV and stuff, because I want to bring it back into the light. I want to be able to see people really understand what PJD is all about. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a way of connecting with the events across the country, and also where we invite like people inside, like the phone calls sometimes that will be recorded, or messages
Yeah,
read, or that kind of thing, right? So
that's
it's a way
neat.
of building solidarity.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, and that's really cool
yeah,
because I think the breakdown of the system, sorry, when they interfere in our relationships with people, they won't let us see each other on the outside most times, and you know, it's just so punitive, and they're trying to create distance with people, so we're not able to do these kinds of things, right? But yeah,
absolutely.
jokes on them, right?
Yeah. So let's talk about prisoner solidarity and like mutual aid, peer support more generally. So
Okay.
from like, so not just necessarily on PJD, but also going back to like the early 2000s, and then the kind of change over time. So on like a regular day-to-day basis, what was prisoner solidarity like back in the day?
Oh, you know, you still had, it was almost like you still had the cliques and stuff of
Yeah.
people that were, you know, closer than others, but we were able to do things together and sort of leave that alone. Like we had volleyball nets, we literally had a skating rink in EIFW when I got there. Yeah,
Wow.
that was out in front of the duty office, and it was like all people would come. We'd play flag football, baseball in the summer. There was actually community building things that inmate committee would put on and fight for as well, because community building is how you build the unity, right? And so, they didn't love it, but the political climate at that time was such that it's like, this is rehabilitation, right? This is what people need to do. And so when they're doing things like that, we're not doing other things, was sort of their take on it, right? Like, the busier we are and the more that we can, okay.
My
So
name is
then
Emily
when you're doing
Coyle.
stuff like that, you talk, right? And people from different, cliques talk.
Yeah.
And that's how, with unity, that's how it was developed then. A lot less division. And the division was dealt with swiftly back then as well, as far as like from your own community, right?
My name is
There was rules, there was things that you did and there was things that you didn't do, and they were dealt with swiftly and just to calm everything.
So it's kind of like what you're describing. It's kind of like transformative justice principles. So like solving problems on your own in your group. So as prisoners, if there's problems between two groups or whatever, you figure out a way to resolve it without involving the guards. Like, don't
always
rely on the state intervention.
Always.
Yeah.
Yes. And they don't like it.
No.
Right? Yeah.
Well, the system is designed like to isolate people and invisibilize people. And that's why they don't want us associating on parole, reporting all relationships. You can't be walking to program together, going to coffee. And then even in prison, it's like, they'll be like, oh, don't hang out with this person because they're known to be in the drug subculture or something.
Yes.
So you're not going to get parole, or like all of those things are not allowing, like sharing meals or visiting living units.
None of that. None of that. So it's upside down, right? Just things that you learned as a human, like to share food, to converse with other people, to get to know different people. That was all just kiboshed. And it was I watched this system circle the drain for 2 decades.
It's getting worse and worse as time went
worse and worse and worse and worse. Yes. And it's profound when you think back how much less anxiety, stress, and anger people got out with than they did now, further on down the road.
I bet. I can't imagine for a couple decades, because I noticed it just over the course of 4 years. So,
right?
For example, the family day socials where they would have it, I know they used to have it like 4 times a year. When I was there, they were doing it 2 times a year. And at first, the first year I was in GVI, it was like everybody was going. It was outside and in the gym. It was a huge event. There was music, tons of food, ice cream, games for kids, tons of stuff. And it didn't matter if you had family coming or not, because a lot of people are so far from their families that they don't have family, or different things happen. But they still come and enjoy that day. And the money was coming from the money that people are paying on, like all the prisoners, right, are paying on their
off of every paycheck from inmate committee.
And it goes to the inmate committee. So the inmate committee could pick to do that. Then I noticed each year and actually each family day, so there was one in the summer, one in the winter holidays, and it got worse every time. They were reducing it, smaller, less, like tons of punishments. Like I was able to go to 2 out of like 7 family days, because if you have whatever, some kind of punishment, oh, you're not eligible for any socials or visits, which is just ridiculous. And then they started making it where it was like, if you don't have family coming, then you can't go.
Yeah.
Like, what about all the people who don't have family?
The majority of the people don't have family.
Exactly.
The majority.
We are family, right? We're making our own family.
Exactly.
So why can't we share in this together?
So we are back. That was Rachel Fader in conversation about Prisoner Justice Day, both its historic meaning and its current the current resistances by women. We mentioned at the beginning of this broadcast that in this part of the broadcast, we go across the country and look at the different Prisoner Justice Day events. So we are now going to move to the Toronto event. So we have a couple of things from Toronto. We're going to both look at the No More Deaths in Custody and then also the vigil. So I believe we have an interview lined up. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're going to, everything happens on the fly here, so everybody bear with us. But we are going to be joined by two guests. Are we going to play the, okay, it looks like we're going to play the presser first. So we've got footage today. So to our guests who are live, we see you, Lindsay and Tina, just stand by. We're doing our best here. First, we're going to play a little bit of footage. We had two events happening in Toronto today. We had events across the country. Some were rained out, but one that wasn't was in Toronto. There's a press conference that we have footage from. We also have a little bit of footage from a vigil that took place in Toronto today for Prisoners Justice Day. After we play you some footage from each of those, we are going to hear from Tina Eldridge and Lindsay Jennings. And yeah, there you go.
Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. Today, Toronto is also home to Indigenous peoples across Turtle Island and from other territories, as well as settlers who have come here by choice, force, or otherwise as a result of colonialism and imperialism. This acknowledgement strives to recognize that many nations and peoples who have used the lands and waterways known as so-called Canada over centuries and millennia. Indigenous knowledge, resistance, and self-determination not only make it possible for all of us to share this land today, but also mark the path forward out of colonization and dispossession. Prisons and policing on these lands are a product of the colonial project that is Canada. Canada's first prison, Kingston Penitentiary, was established by settlers more than 3 decades before Canada even existed. It was designed to subject each of its prisoners to an environment so irksome and so terrible that during his afterlife he may dread nothing so much as repetition of this punishment, ensuring that prisoners experience terror and dread until and beyond the grave. This was the intended treatment for all those who did not conform to English law, mandated by the Consolidation Act following Confederation.
names for our annual event of Prisoners Justice Day. We have launched the first phase of our website, and it's available online now, Draconian Justice. We wanted to begin our launch with a memorial page. At this project, it was about honoring and remembering the human beings behind bars. We need to move past the stigma and our biases of who occupies our prisons and our jails. Let me tell you a little bit about our findings. Since the year 2000, there has been 1,495 deaths across Canada. I'm going to repeat that. 1,495 people have died inside our provincial and federal correctional institutions since 2000. Shame. Between 2000 and 2022, there was an annual average of 66 people who died in custody across Canada. We have verified that 669 people have died within our own Ontario provincial jails and federal institutions since 2000. In the first 6 months of 2023, there's been 45 deaths that we can verify. We're still looking for more. In 2022, we have verified of 68 deaths, which seems to be very low when we had 125 deaths in 2021, 108 deaths in 2020, and 103 deaths in 2019. Something that's even more gut-wrenching is that the average age of death across all years is 44 years of age. That's very young for a majority of our folks to be dying inside of our correctional institutions. However, I want to go further than the numbers. I want you all to hear a first-hand experience from someone currently incarcerated. I want to give a content warning, and I want you to understand that this is an anonymous statement from somebody inside, and they are fearful of punishment by putting their name attached to the statement. I'm an Indigenous federal offender who has spent 10 plus years in and out of the system and has experienced death in jail on many occasions. In one instance, in a suspected overdose in a provincial facility, a prisoner was unresponsive and his cellmate was calling for help in the middle of the night while locked in the cell, banging on the door and screaming for at least 20 minutes before an officer showed up to call the nurses. They segregated his cellmate and interrogated him for information as to why his cellmate was unresponsive. Nurses then took another 20 to 30 minutes to arrive and drag the young man's body outside the cell to give chest compressions, taking turns with guards while administering 2 doses of Narcan. An ambulance was called and took another 20 to 30 minutes to arrive, where they continued to do chest compressions paired with the defibrillator. The young man was left with a weak pulse and was brain dead, and later that day was removed, and he was subsequently pronounced dead. For most people, this would be shocking, but in prison, this situation happens all too often. This man who died was a son, a friend, a brother. As prisoners, we were offered no truth as to why he died. We were put on lockdown for a week with no showers, no phones, pending an investigation. For moral support, a chaplain came on day 2 of the lockdown, knocked on our cell window, asking if we're okay, and then walked away. That is the extent of support offered by corrections. His cellmate returned 4 days. The cellmate returned after 4 days in segregation, clearing him of any wrongdoing. The lack of transparency corrections has when it comes to death is alarming. In the short stay of roughly 6 months at this facility, there were 5 known deaths, and only through word of mouth did you find out about these deaths. There was no posters, no health warnings, no education on how to prevent or act in a situation when an overdose arises. Simply a recipe for disaster. As for the effects after the fact, these residual energies of tormented souls dying in custody linger. The red tape on the cell remains on the door long after the investigation is over. This tape is a seal protecting the investigation, seeing that the cell is act of its own. Thank you.
We're back. That was footage from earlier today in front of the Solicitor General's office. And our next two guests were there. Tina Eldridge and Lindsay Jennings were both in attendance, and you heard them speaking. We are joined by both of them and a lovely dog, I see. Can the two of you hear me?
We're having a hard time hearing you. Can you hear
Yes,
us?
we can hear you. We're having a little bit of feedback on our end.
Okay, we're
I don't know if
gonna
something's playing in the background. Oh, that's better. Okay, I think we've solved the problem.
Yes.
Can you two please introduce yourselves to our audience?
Yes, I can introduce you as I'm running away from the noise. I'm Lindsay Jennings, and I work at Rittenhouse, as well as I'm a research associate with the Tracking and Justice Project.
I am Tina Eldridge. I work with Rittenhouse. I'm also a mental health therapist. This is my best friend, Chase. He's not feeling well, so he's riding everywhere with me today. We're happy to be here. Happy to see you, Al and Desmond.
It's a pleasure to have all of you with us. So let's begin by speaking about the remarks that you gave in front of the Solicitor General's office today and this unveiling of the research of 1,495 people since the year 2000 who have died in our institutions, in our correctional institutions in this country, in our prisons and jails. Why did the two of you think it was important to take that message to the Solicitor General's office today?
Great question.
Yeah, I'm going to let Lindsay answer that.
I do want to just start off that we chose the Solicitor General's office because they've been pretty quiet all through COVID with our old Solicitor General, Sylvia Jones, the new Solicitor General, Michael Kersner. Nobody has said anything about deaths in custody, around inhumane conditions. They want to push for so-called bail reform, which is really not bail reform. But we decided to go to the Solicitor General's office because we needed to make a presence. And after getting that research and finding out 1,495 people have died, and 669 people in Ontario alone, that's their job. They need to be addressing this. They need to be speaking about it, and they're not speaking about it. And we had the Chief Coroner of Ontario launch a report January 28th. It's been 6 months and still nothing. Not one voice, not one acknowledgement. They didn't even put anything on the media really about this report. And so honestly, we've all just kind of had enough. And that was a lot that a lot of the speakers said and finished off with, is that we're tired and enough is enough and we need change. Want to say anything?
Just to share, when we arrived there were police waiting for us. OPP were there. Two different cruisers arrived. Toronto police came and stayed for a short time. So, yeah.
And I also want to say that when we found out about the OPP, we actually had found out that one of the mothers who lost somebody inside, that the OPP had come from Tiny Township and had been emailing this mother to find out about the events today. And so, we have a mom who is advocating, and we have a mom who is fighting for justice, and she is being harassed by the police.
That's really difficult. Before we go any further, could you let us know about Rittenhouse? You both do work with Rittenhouse, and could you please introduce us to that?
Yeah, for sure. Rittenhouse is a very small organization in Toronto, started in 1999 by Ruth Morris, who was an abolitionist. So we are an abolition and transformative justice organization. We are just restarting things. Things pretty much slowed down during the pandemic. Programming stopped. So we are back up and running, supporting folks who have been criminalized. We're also doing a group called Healing Community Connections, which is a free online bi-weekly group for folks who have loved ones inside, and all programs are facilitated by folks with lived experience.
I think Desmond, did we lose Desmond? Oh no, you're there.
Right here.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure if you were frozen. You were very still.
Just trying to listen. Did you want me to go ahead?
Yes, please.
Well, something I wanted to ask about was something we have heard, Lindsay and Tina, from the provincial government recently in Ontario, has to do with this program where they are pardoning people with what they call nonviolent offenses to put them back into the workforce. And this is a quite expensive program that is targeting a very small number of people, but the government has been doing promotional ads. I've seen commercials for it, and they're kind of like celebrating this idea that something that they are doing for formerly incarcerated people is saying, look, we can give you a pardon and we can put you back in the workforce because we need workers. And, you know, all these people who we criminalized, now we want you to go back into the workforce. And I kind of wonder what your thoughts are about this new program.
You can go.
My thoughts are kind of around who's actually benefiting from the program, what need is being filled and whose needs are being filled. And I don't think it's the needs of the criminalized people. I think we need employees and we need roles for those folks need to be filled. And we're just taking the bottom people from society and sliding them into these positions. Are they well paid? Are they decent? Are they meaningful? Are they secure? Those are my thoughts. Lindsay?
I think it's easy for government to say all the great things and give the lip service about all the programs that they're launching, but at the end of the day, we have mass amounts of people inside, and with this push to keep people inside, we won't even have the people to fill the spots within these programs if we're not giving people options for bail, if we're not reducing if we're not decarcerating. I also think it's like this really big thing. You're just like moving people into a specific occupation. How do you know they want to do that? We shouldn't have to just go pick an occupation based on the fact that that's where the people with records go, you know? And I think that we should be able to open up and allow and give people opportunity to pick how they want to live and pick the work that they want to do, and not just go to a job just because they have a record and that's where they can work to provide an income.
Agreed.
Can you tell us a little bit more about some of the organizing that's been taking place in Toronto with incarcerated people? This is obviously not the first year that there's been a PJD Toronto event. So could you maybe just give us some highlights of the kind of work that's been taking place to decarcerate people, to work on transformative justice and to fight for liberation in Toronto, and some of the work that you've been involved with over the years?
No, that's a very big question.
Yeah.
Al. Thanks for that. Look, I think that there's a lot of organizations within Toronto GTA who have their mandate directed by funding that they have to stick to. And I think every organization is trying to figure out ways to support and to push that, to push decarceration. But it's also it's hard with nonprofits too, because the more that you push, it can actually affect your organization, right? And it's looked at as punishment to speak ill or bad of corrections. And so we just, my honest answer to you, Elle, is we need more.
Mm-hmm.
That's not to look over what is happening, but I think that this PJD, and I think also, you know, with the tracking injustice and the chief corner, we have a very good landscape. We have a very good public landscape of what's happening inside. And so I think what needs to happen within Toronto GTA is that we all just need to come together and we need to figure out a way to support and create more programs like that. But we also just don't have funding for that stuff. So it also goes further that we need more funding to be able to have unique programs and create different programs that are going to be relevant for folks with criminal records and who have been criminalized. We don't just fit into every TJ framework. We don't always fit into the frameworks of nonprofits, right? Because there's a lot of stuff that we get triggered by and that we have to learn how to adjust to. And so we just need to all come together, figure out how to do that. And we do need to motivate and we do need to put more pressure on folks, but we also need more funding for organizations like Rittenhouse, where we just work part-time, right? Both of us just work 25 hours a week and really more like 40 or 50, but we need more funding. And that's because the services we're trying to offer are unique to a unique population.
We are running a little behind, so we're going to ask one more question and we're going to let you go, and so that we can try and get a little bit more on track. But Desmond, did you want to ask a final question?
Just specifically about decarceration, because we saw a lot of momentum for decarceration during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. I don't want to say COVID is completely over, but it's a difficult question. How do we keep forward the momentum that was gained during that time, where we did see people, especially in our provincial jails, being released in numbers that I think we would have thought not to be possible a while back? How do we keep that momentum happening?
My piece, I can let Tina speak afterwards. My piece is people need to read the Chief Coroner's report. People need to look at the numbers of people, listen to the 1,495. We have recommendations, go through recommendations. I think that there's opportunity within the Chief Coroner's report and some of the recommendations and timelines for us to be able to have a timeline to hold government accountable and to push more action. I actually just feel like more people need to truly understand what's happening inside, and not just be like, oh, people are dying, but why people are dying. And I do think that in the coming months, especially in the fall, once we can get through more of the research with tracking injustice, we're going to have so much information. We're going to have trends. We are in a position that we have motivation and we have momentum, because we're going to have actual proof or evidence, if you want to speak in like those legal things in manner. But that's all I will say. Let's educate ourselves, and then we can move to action.
I know we're running short on time, so just quickly, I think what's important for me is amplifying the voice of people with lived experience, having us inform policies and practices. And yeah, that's my answer.
Well,
Thank you so much, both of you.
Yeah, both
Sorry,
of
go
you
ahead,
have
Tyson.
that lived experience, and both of you are still out here fighting and holding up the banner. And we thank you for helping us commemorate Prisoners Justice Day today, and wish you guys a good evening.
And
Thank you, and
both.
thank you for hosting every year.
Thank you
Appreciate it so much.
Yeah.
Thank you both for all your work.
Thanks, Elle.
That
Toronto.
was our Toronto vigil, and that was Tina and Jessica. We are now going to move to Ottawa. I believe there was some rain that made this event difficult, but we are going to move to some footage. So
Actually, we've got our friends live, actually. If
perfect.
I understand it correctly, I believe we're going to bring them up now. We have with us Farhat Rehman of MOMS, which stands for Mothers Offering Mutual Support. We also have Jeff Bradley from CPEP, the Criminalization and Punishment Education Project. The event that we were hoping to do live in Ottawa today was rained out, but our friends have been able to join us both on the line. Hello to both of you.
Hello.
Oh,
So privileged and nice to see you both.
Thank you.
You're rock stars where we are concerned.
Thank you so much.
Fight for justice. Yes, thank you.
Just to start us off, could you both introduce some of the work of your groups? So starting with you, Farhad, can you tell us a little bit about Mothers Offering Mutual Support and the kind of work and mission
Sure.
that your group does?
So Mothers Offering Mutual Support was initially just an Ottawa-based women's group. We were the mothers, grandmothers, aunts, sisters of people who are incarcerated. And it could be either federally or provincially. So we founded ourselves, we just came together through John Howard Society, where each of us was going for, getting more information about the criminal justice system when our sons were first apprehended and taken, and they had committed the crime and were incarcerated. So to just educate ourselves, and there a crisis worker got a few of us together, and we came together as a support group for women who have loved ones in jail.
Thank you. And Jeff, if you could tell us a little bit about CPEP as well.
Sure, yeah. So the Criminalization and Punishment Education Project has been around since 2012. It's made up of students, professors from the University of Ottawa and Carleton University, We work with folks that are with lived experience, students, researchers, community members, frontline workers, and those that are affected by criminalization and punishment to carry out that public education, the activism, and the research that's needed to bring social change through an abolitionist lens. We've been focused on there's a coalition against the proposed prison that's being built in Kemptville. So really trying to organize around stopping that, and then planning Prisoner Justice Day initiatives and other stuff to support those that are criminalized or being released or those that need support.
Let's maybe stick with that, Jeff, and talk a little bit more about this proposed prison in Ottawa and what the rationale is, first of all, from the government, and why CPEP is pushing back so hard against its development.
Well, I think the government is thinking that, you know, they can build bigger jails and that they're somehow going to be like more humane, but the facts show that prison expansion actually just like expands carceral violence and the harms of imprisonment, and it's also going to put families in a position where their loved ones are way out in Kemptville, which is not accessible at all. And, you know, they claim that it's going to be state of the art with so-called rehabilitation, but we know that the same conditions that are currently at OCDC, which are horrible, I mean, calling it a dungeon is putting it nicely. Those same conditions are likely to be reproduced again at the Kemptville jail. So we're definitely stopping that, and we don't want the millions of dollars going into that. So we're really trying to push that. Prison. We want the construction to stop, and we also want them to start decarcerating and getting people out of the Ottawa Carleton Detention Center, not just leaving people in there to languish with no programming or support. And so yeah, that's kind of where we're at with that. And Farhad can probably talk more too about it from a family member's perspective of a loved one who's inside.
Sure. We go back to the previous government when the first talk of building a new jail came, and why that conversation was started. That in 2016, I believe, there were a lot of complaints, and some prisoners went on strike. The conditions of confinement were so bad, and the premises, the infrastructure was so bad that it couldn't be. We were told that it cannot be renovated and made into something better. So the previous government presented this new idea of a new facility for Ottawa. And, you know, we moms, we have a lot at stake. We do not have the luxury to say, okay, you know, no, you cannot build jails. We want improvement now because our loved ones, our sons are suffering so much. It's been shown every meeting we have that we hear the same refrain from women. Their sons were fine. They did not have a mental health flag, but as soon as they went in, their mental health started to deteriorate and get so bad that they were, in my son's case, he was deemed unfit to stand trial, and he had never ever been that sick before. So those were the conditions that we were fighting. So from the mom's perspective, we said, yes, we want a better facility with room for programs, for room where they can, you know, have more social and the community programs can be brought in. And we were promised all that, and we were heard, we felt, the previous government. But as you know, the new government came in. There was a new legislation act was enacted, I believe in April of 2018, but that never got acclaimed by this new government. So all those promises and all those improvements we were going to see have fallen through. And so we have just recently written a letter to the Solicitor General we were alarmed, and through CPEP we knew, how the negative impact of this new facility was going to be. So we wrote a letter expressing our concerns. So that, we advocate federally as well as provincially, and so this government knows of moms, and we get the response back from them in a month or 2 or 3, but it's just that form letters that you go back. It's never, our concerns are never addressed fully. So, it is a concern. It's a deep concern where this is going to be situated and the negative impact it will have on our loved ones who are in there.
And also just to add to that, like when we've pushed for like alternatives to incarceration or, getting people out and the supports that they need in the community, the government does not put the money into those things that actually support people's like immediate needs, or finding alternatives like restorative and transformative justice. There's just no money directed towards that. And any groups that attempt to try and, do those processes, that they're doing it for free, and they're not getting the necessary supports or even the referrals from the system or the diversion, because the system really wants to keep going with a crime and punishment agenda.
I wanted to ask both of you, so Farhad, particularly perhaps from the perspective of mothers, and Jeff from the perspective of community. Both of you have groups that are really working from the outside to be in solidarity with those on the inside. And of course, this is what we do throughout this broadcast. We cannot see what is taking place inside. So could you both maybe talk to us about the importance of this solidarity, the importance of having mothers involved, of having community members that are really pushing for justice for incarcerated people? Why are these voices so needed?
Well, it's not a very easy subject. We find that, first of all, the stigma and the shame that is associated with the criminal act of your loved one keeps most women, silent, and they are not able to speak in public. So some of us have, become that voice, and but it is an overwhelming sort of a task, because it's not publicly, this subject isn't very attractive. So like I said in my speech today, you will not see the politicians when it's election time promising to reform the justice system or improve conditions in jail. You'll never hear that. It's always a struggle. It's like going up a down escalator for us, I've said that. So it is a struggle. And so we need, to have a collaborative attempt, and with groups like CPEP and Elizabeth Fry and John Howard, we need, and the Collaborative Justice Program, we need to be together. And we do we are part of the Coalition for Reform, Ontario Coalition for Reform in Corrections, and we also are part of the Community Adult Justice Network. And we, have regular meetings throughout the year. And so we try and inform the services that are there with our lived experiences. And so this kind of symbiotic relationship is very important.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like working in solidarity is like essential for this work, to like elevate the voices of those that are in the system or those that are coming out, and obviously mothers and family members and others with like the direct experience, because then, advocates or activists can kind of help elevate those voices, but also creating the space like we did today for Prisoners Justice Day, whether it's a vigil or a demonstration, mothers, like I'm just thinking of Lorene St. Amar, whose son died at OCDC, for the longest time, like her voice being silenced and nobody wanting to listen, when her son was killed by, you know, the system and OCDC's neglect, and him needing mental health care and not solitary confinement or the, you know, the conditions that led to a suicide. So I think it's just so important that we all keep working together, whether we align perfectly on, you know, abolition or reform. It's about supporting people and addressing their needs, and ending the suffering and stopping the deaths in custody.
We're actually going to be going to the speech that Lorraine St. Amour gave today in just a moment. But before we wrap up with the two of you, I just want to ask what it was like, your experience, each of you, quickly in being there today. We'll start with you, Farhad.
Well, first of all, it was the drama of the weather. It just came so suddenly, you know, it just, so we scrambled to get back to our car. We were drenched. But, you know, this is what doing practical things like that, it sort of reinforces and rejuvenates, especially me, who I have, you know, been at this struggle for over 20 years. And, you know, we talk about raising awareness and writing to the ministers and, you know, talking among and, you know, participating in events like this. But would be so easy to feel defeated and feel so discouraged, because the rate of progress in our demands and for justice and for reform is so minuscule, if at all. So it is very discouraging, but we do need to continue, really. We have no choice but to continue. I don't know if that answers your question, but really.
Very much so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think today, like, it was obviously the weather sort of changed our plans. We were going to do sort of a demonstration down to CSC and do sort of a procession with the coffin and sort of read out the names of those that have died in custody for 2023 and leave the other nearly 1,500 deaths since 2000, like, sort of there. But we ended up having to go outside of City Hall, just in the outside foyer, and sort of created a circle. And we had Elder Terry McKay acknowledge us on the unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin Anishinaabe territory. And then, yeah, we went through a number of speeches. I guess we're going to hear a few of those in a bit. But I think, like, the message was that, like, we need change now, and we can no longer wait. And we need to keep working together to keep each other safe, and also, like, providing whatever support we can, and leveraging and pushing back against governments and prison institutions to ensure that people's rights are met. We read the original demands from 1975 from Millhaven. It's just astounding that, you know, only one of those has really been met, which is the right to vote. And you heard earlier on this program from Rick Sauvé, and that was a long legal challenge that he had to take right to the Supreme Court. So we're so grateful for that, but there's so much more that can be done.
Thank you both. We are now going to move to a couple of interviews, or pre-recorded material, sorry. So what we're going to look at first is a speech by, and Jeff had mentioned this talk, by Lorraine St. Amour. Her son Justin died at OCDC. So as we honor today the many, many deaths of prisoners, as well as the conditions, we are going to turn to that speech now.
I hope everybody can hear me. I have a pretty loud voice, especially when I'm talking about my son. So as Jeff said, his son was in Medlow County Correctional Center. He was out and then commit suicide. He was in the structured intervention unit, which is solitary remain. And there's an anchor point to hang him loose. Why, if somebody is coming off suicide watch, why are they putting a cell with an anchor point to hang himself? I'm a mental health ward. Why do they need a recommendation to have that removed? Doesn't it make common sense that if someone is threatening to kill themselves, that if there's an anchor point, they may be able to do it? So So I'll start off with that, and I'll go back a bit to when my son was young. He was a happy baby. He was my questioner. Why? How come? What? Who? He wanted to know all of it. Then around 14, 15, I started noticing some behaviors that, I don't know how to put it politely, but they weren't of normal thinking. So we went off to the ROH for 2 months. Was diagnosed as schizophrenic by a team of psychiatrists. So now we fast forward to 2016. My son was doing drugs to self-medicate because he's falling through the cracks. The doctor doesn't believe. He shows up at the Montfort Hospital to see Dr. Woods, who is a psychiatrist there. He told my son, no, you are not schizophrenic. 2, you are not going to kill yourself. And then he didn't get into the hospital, but she did charge him with threatening his ODS record. But he thought if he did that, you have to remember my son was mentally ill. So he thought if he says that, they'll keep him in the hospital. So they had him put in jail. 10 days later, my son is dead. There's an inquest. There's all kinds of recommendations. And, you know, I want to know why is there that anchor point. Then COVID hit. So I couldn't go into the jail to see if that anchor point is still there. But now that it's over, I will be going into that jail. And I will be seeing if that anchor point is gone. And why, in God's name, do they need to have a recommendation to remove an anchor point for somebody to kill themselves, whether they're mentally ill or not? All lives matter, as my doctor says. I understand it's for the missing and murdered Indigenous women, but it's all lives. And I love that message. It's all lives. They love all life. So why is my son dead? Because there was an anchor point for him to accomplish it. And I have to go in and make sure that it's taken down so that nobody else can hang themselves.
So that was Lorraine Singamore speaking about her son Justin's death, and as well as the demands that she has. Thank you so much to Farhad and Jeff for joining us, and thank you so much for all of your work. We are going to move to another recording, so we're going to let you go, but we really honor you, and especially Farhad, you, because of course today we know that it's those with the lived experience, both of incarceration and of loving and supporting those who are inside, that take the most trauma and the most harm and weight of this system. So we really honor the work you both continue to do, but Farhad, you especially, we send you great love. So thank you so much for all you've done, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Take care. Thank you.
I wanted to say to you, Farhad, that I was
Oh.
so grateful for your commentary about stigma and shame and bringing that up in the conversation, just because I've had the privilege of working with a lot of moms whose children and family members have been taken from them by the police. And there's very little in this work that is more powerful than the love of family, refusing that stigma, refusing the shame, refusing society's judgment. And so, you know, you said that it's not a choice to have to continue this, but we give you all the love and hope that you find the strength to continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Desmond.
Thanks to both of you.
So we are now going to play the second part of our material from Ottawa. So Vanessa has been featured on the show before and joined us live. So Vanessa is a poet and a former prisoner. And then we're also going to hear from Dave Hennessy of CPEP. Oh, we may not get there. We're running a bit behind, so we may not do that part. But Dave, we do thank you for all your contributions. So we are going to move to Vanessa's speech. And as I said, Vanessa has joined us in previous years and is an amazing poet. So let's hear from Vanessa.
Fire.
parts of it have stayed the same and nothing has changed, obviously. It sounds like I wrote it about today. Your life's a battle, so you fought. The good life lasts forever, so you thought. Now they want to teach you a lesson, so what are you being taught? To regret the crime you committed or just regret getting caught? They throw away the key and lock you all together, but most crimes are petty, so you won't be here forever. Because you're reading the Bible and knitting a sweater, are you rehabilitating yourself or just learning to commit crime better? Can you leave here with the peace of mind to get your life together? Or will you leave here with a new partner in crime in jails where you met her? They have you labeled as a criminal, so nothing really matters. You're a badass before your ass is just getting fatter. They got you sleeping on the floor of cold metal benches, looking out the window of barbed wire fences. It just makes you want to commit more violent offenses. Our system is so failed. You get arrested selling drugs just once, and you're getting years in the pen while your neighborhood pedophile gets months. As a visible minority, do you think a white judge understands why a life of crime has been your lifelong plan? Do you think the cops give a damn when you're getting robbed or beaten by your man? Of course you feel it necessary to take the law in your own hands. And sorry, I'm not convinced that stealing money from the government is a crime when they steal half your paycheck with their so-called taxes all the time. And if it was put into the community, that would be fine. But why are we paying for politicians to wine and dine while the government partners with Bell to profit off prison phone lines? Why do the police receive funding equivalent to the public money spent on public health, paramedic services, public libraries, social housing, parks and recreation, and employment services combined? They want you to work doing their slave labor and wonder why you exhibit negative behavior. If you're black, they did not write the law in your favor. Society has you considered a danger. You steal someone's purse with $50 cash and they treat you like you're ghetto street trash. But if you're company president embezzling millions from your company stash, you'll get bail fast. Community service for your ass. Because they only prefer having inmates with no education and no class. People who use drugs get arrested, so they focus on addictions to send them to rehab with minor restrictions. Make the pharmacist your new drug dealer, that's part of your condition, so the government can make more money off methadone prescriptions. They love revolving door prisons, so they give you bail. Stay on your tail and wait for you to fail, so you can be part of their statistic of repeat offenders in jail. They hire more police officers to keep the streets clean, stop the epidemic of crack fiends and pregnant teens, but in reality, murdering people during mental health crisis is how they intervene. Re-victimizing the victims at domestic abuse scenes, and somehow we've normalized having suicide hotline numbers in all our gambling machines. They're not going to stop it when they're making a profit, because for the ultimate deception, liquor passes inspection, so our indigenous populations murdering each other with no recollection. Drunk drivers go through red lights at the intersection, and alcoholism taints our community like a viral infection. Why do you think liquor stores are never affected by recession? So do you get the impression that they promote depression, cause that underlying aggression and memory suppression so that law enforcement won't need a new profession? Trained for manipulation during investigations, they wouldn't have occupation if there wasn't altercation. So they broadcast violent expectations, police and soldiers slaughtering for a lifetime appreciation, and wonder why your children are shooting up their schools for a lifetime incarceration. The system's run by liars who every day conspire how to make the crime rate higher and how to cause more gunfire so they could open more federal resorts for convicts to retire. Thank you.
That was the All Is Fire Vanessa reading her poem from the Ottawa event. I believe now we are going to move to Montreal, and we have some Desmond's eating. We have some pre-recorded footage from Montreal as well. I think first up we have, so this event was also rained out. I'm in the UK right now, so I'm not so familiar with what's been going on with the weather in Canada, but I believe that the Montreal event was also, there was some rain, but we are going to look at some of the footage. So first up, we have a speech by Wendy Barreto. So Wendy has worked for several organizations involved with supporting folks who are incarcerated or formerly incarcerated across Canada. She's a member of the grassroots organization Joint Effort, which is a women's prisoner support group, and also helps with the Prison Justice Day Committee to organize public education events and Prison Justice Network. She's now the regional coordinator for Ontario and Quebec at the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies. And she's also involved with other organizations, such as the Anti-Carceral Prison Pandemic Partnership and 99 Group and Abolition Coalition. So we are going to turn to this speech by Wendy now.
Bonjour, je me présente, Joanne Wendy Barito. Je suis une parmi plusieurs organisatrices de la journée de justice des prisonniers de la région de Montréal. Malheureusement, cette année, dû à la température, nous avons dû canceller notre événement en personne. Mais par contre, avec ce live streaming-là et la radio des prisonniers, je peux quand même vous passer notre petit message de la journée des prisonniers. Je vais débuter en français et par la suite, je passerai à l'anglais. Tous les 10 août, les personnes incarcérées tentent de leur mieux de participer à la journée de justice des prisonniers en jeûnant et en refusant de travailler toute la journée. Cette pratique remonte en 1975, lorsque des personnes incarcérées au pénitencier de Millhaven, situé à l'extérieur de Kingston, en Ontario, ont organisé une grève de la faim d'une journée et un arrêt de travail, ainsi qu'un service commémoratif honorant Edward Nolan et Robert Landers. Edward Nolan s'est enlevé la vie alors qu'il était en isolement après avoir subi un traitement cruel de la part des gardes et de l'administration. Robert Landers est décédé à la suite de négligence médicale lorsqu'il était en isolement 1 an plus tard. Aujourd'hui, la journée de justice des prisonniers est pratiquée dans des prisons partout au Canada, ainsi qu'à travers le monde entier. Bien que l'administration des prisons provinciales et fédérales mette de plus en plus d'énergie à bloquer cette action, à l'extérieur, la journée de justice des prisonniers est une opportunité pour les gens formellement incarcérés, leurs familles et les militants et militantes de se réunir, de partager leur expérience, de faire de la sensibilisation et de s'opposer publiquement à la violence sanctionnée par l'État. Les conditions à l'intérieur des prisons ont continué de se dégrader depuis le début de la pandémie de COVID-19. Tandis que les précautions contre la COVID sont pratiquement inexistantes à l'extérieur, de nombreuses personnes à l'intérieur des prisons continuent d'être confrontées à des restrictions. Les gens incarcérés ont depuis commencé à s'organiser afin d'améliorer leurs conditions. L'année dernière, une importante grève de la faim a eu lieu à la prison Borton à Hamilton. Une lettre ouverte écrite par des personnes incarcérées au fédéral ont été publiées dans le but d'empêcher le retour des réductions de salaire de l'ère Harper. Sur le plan juridique, nous commençons à avoir des accusations portées contre des gardiens de prison qui se sont fait prendre à commettre des actes horribles envers des personnes incarcérées. L'année dernière, un garde a été reconnu coupable de force extrême sur la personne de Christopher Lewis, qui était incarcéré au pénitencier de Millhaven à l'époque et qui a pris la parole à l'événement l'année passée à Montréal. Mais un garde a été reconnu coupable d'agression sexuelle et d'abus de confiance à l'envers d'une personne au centre Vanny pour femmes, une prison provinciale située à Milton en Ontario. Bien qu'il soit grand temps de voir quelques gardiens de faire face aux conséquences de leurs actions, nous pensons qu'une véritable justice serait d'abolir toutes les prisons. Bien que la journée de justice des prisonniers est axée traditionnellement sur les personnes incarcérées et parfois même spécifiquement sur les personnes incarcérées dans les prisons fédérales, nous voulons élargir notre solidarité. Les centres de détention pour migrants, les établissements de soins de longue durée, les systèmes de placement en famille d'accueil, les hôpitaux psychiatriques sont autant d'institutions qui ciblent et enferment également les personnes autochtones, noires, de couleur, en situation de handicap, sans statut ou pauvres. Nous avons vu comme la nouvelle prison des migrants en banlieue de Montréal a entraîné une surveillance accrue et un accès réduit aux visites pour les personnes détenues. Sans charge, je dois ajouter. Nous voyons en ce moment même le gouvernement provincial prétendre que la nouvelle prison pour femmes qui remplacera l'ancienne maison de Tanguay et la prison de Leclerc réglerait les problèmes auxquels sont confrontées les femmes incarcérées à Leclerc. Nous savons que ce sont de belles promesses. De nouvelles prisons signifient plus de personnes en prison. De nouvelles prisons signifient plus de surveillance. Les programmes vont et viennent, mais une fois que les bâtiments sont construits, la capacité d'emprisonner plus de personnes est là. Nous savons que l'abolition peut dire que tout cela doit disparaître. C'est pourquoi cette année encore, à l'occasion de la journée des prisonniers, la journée de justice des prisonniers, nous nous battons et nous nous souvenons de toutes les personnes confrontées en enfermement dans différents types d'institutions et sous différentes formes de violence. On peut voir aussi cette année une demande des cautions plus sévères, des demandes de caution plus sévères. Ça veut dire que plus de gens incarcérés dans les institutions provinciales, des gens qui sont non reconnus coupables et qui sont, d'après nos lois, non coupables jusqu'à preuve du contraire. La journée de justice des prisonniers est une occasion de se commémorer les gens qui ont travaillé, sacrifié, et aussi c'est une journée pour tisser de nouveaux liens et une nouvelle force pour le meilleur futur. Commémorons-nous le 10 août. Hi, my name is Joanne Wendy. I'm one of the many organizers of the Prisoners' Justice Day in Montreal. Unfortunately, this year, due to severe weather warnings that's been across the country, we had to cancel our in-person but we have a live stream, and we'll have some probably some speakers through the live stream, and my opening statements that we planned for the event I will be doing on video in the basement of my home. Every August 10th, prisoners participate in Prisoner Justice Day and refusing to work for a day. The practice dates back to 1975 when imprisoned people in Millhaven Penitentiary, located outside Kingston, Ontario, organized a day-long hunger strike, work stoppage, and memorial service to honor Edward Nolan and Robert Landers. Edward Nolan died in segregation by suicide after callous treatment by the guards and administration, and Landers died of medical negligence in segregation 1 year later. Today, Prisoner Justice Day is observed across Canada prisons, through prison across Canada and across the world. Through prison administration, though prison administrators have increasingly suppressed these actions, on the outside, Prisoner Justice Day is an occasion for formerly incarcerated people, families, and activists to come together, share experiences, raise awareness, and publicly oppose state-sanctioned violence. Conditions inside prisons have continued to worsen since COVID-19 pandemic started. Though COVID precautions are pretty much non-existent on the outside, many people inside prison continue to face restrictions. Prisoners have been organizing to improve their conditions. This last year saw a big hunger strike in Hamilton Bolton Jail, as well as an open letter from people locked up in federal systems about stopping the re-implementation of Harper-era pay cuts. In the legal arena, we are starting to see charges against prison guards who are caught doing horrible things to prisoners. This past year saw the conviction of a guard who beat up Christopher Lewis, who was in prison in Millhaven Penitentiary at the time and has been at a vigil last year in Montreal. In May, a guard was also convicted of sexual assault and breach of trust against a prisoner at a Vanier Centre for Women, a provincial prison in Milton, Ontario. While it is nice to see a couple of guards face some consequences to their actions, we think that true justice would be the closure of all prisons and the end of patriarchy, white supremacy, and capitalism. Though Prison Justice Day is traditionally focused on people in prisons, and sometimes even specifically prisoners in federal prisons, we want to broaden our solidarity. Immigration detention centers, long-term care facilities, foster care settings, and mental health hospitals are all institutions that also target and confine Indigenous peoples, Black, POC, disabled, non-status, and poor people. We have watched how the new prison for migrant in the suburbs of Montreal have meant increased surveillance and less access to community visits for those detained there. And might I say, found guilty of no charges other than being illegal immigrants, from what they say. We are watching the provincial government claim that the new prisons for women that will be replace the old Maison Tanguay and Leclerc will solve the problems facing the women in Leclerc. We know that's not absolutely correct. New prisons mean more people in prisons. More beds mean more people in prison. New prisons mean more surveillance. Program comes and go, but once the buildings are built, the capacity to imprison people is there and stays. We know what abolition means. It must all go. We fight for and remember everyone facing confinement across different kinds of institutions and different forms of violence. Prisoner Justice Day is an occasion to remember those who have suffered in the past and to also build connections and empower us for a better present and future. Let's remember August 10th. We're also seeing a louder voice about tougher bail measures, which will also mean more people incarcerated in provincial prison in remand. The rate right now of people that are incarcerated, that are in prison, that have not been found guilty of any crime is very high, over 50%. More beds means that it will be higher, and tougher bail sanctions will also mean more people in prison that have been found guilty of nothing. They're just accused. Our justice system says you're innocent until proven guilty, and this should stand. And there should be no exceptions. Thank you for spending some time with me. And hopefully we'll see you in person next year. Merci d'avoir passé du temps avec moi. Et on croise nos doigts qu'on se voit en personne l'année prochaine. Good night.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much to Wendy Barito. We're sorry that we weren't able to connect with you in person this year, but hopefully next year. And we thank you for those powerful words in English and in French. I'm going to need a little help from our program support here. A little lost with our schedule to know exactly where we are going next, but we did just hear from Wendy Barito in Montreal.
I believe we may be going to an interview with Christophe Lewis. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you. Just a little bit, if you folks know how much hard work goes on behind the scenes here and how the documents for tonight are getting live updated while we're doing things, there's so much happening, and we're so grateful to everybody who's working behind the scenes to make this possible. But yes, we're going to go next to Christophe Lewis, and I'll introduce him. Christophe is the founder of the Freedom is a Must Foundation. Christophe was incarcerated for over 12 years. Having always had a passion for expressing himself through written and spoken word, he wrote poetry and music as a young man and turned to journaling and keeping notes as a coping mechanism while in prison. Christophe was incarcerated in provincial institutions such as Maplehurst Correctional Complex in Milton and the Dawn Jail in Toronto prior to his conviction, as well as Millhaven, Donnacona, and Cowansville institutions and the Federal Training Center. During his time in prison, he's experienced confinement at all levels of security. He's experienced segregation and involuntary transfer and other harmful conditions. Christoph is currently on parole, and we're extremely, extremely grateful, Christoph, that you have been able to make time to be with us today.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Christoph Lewis here. I'm making this recording for Prisoners Justice Day 2023. I was fortunate to be a part of the Prisoner Justice initiatives from the outside, from outside prison walls last year for 2022. So this is my second year being able to take part in solidarity with my brothers and sisters that are still behind bars. I'm thankful for another year, thankful for another year just in life in general, but thankful for another year partially free from custody, So, and I say partially free because really at the end of the day, I'm not completely free because I'm still on parole for the rest of my life, according to what CSC has, what the justice system has sentenced me to. So that being said, I'm thankful either way for whatever situation I'm dealing with. Thankful for life, thankful for partial freedom, and thankful most of all that I'm able to give back to my brothers and sisters that are still behind them prison walls. I'm now on full parole, so I'm no longer subjected to a halfway house, but still have the conditions of someone with a life sentence. So, it still ain't easy, but it's better than where I was last year. So all praise is due to the Most High for that. I know all too well what it's like to be released under tough conditions, under restraint. I got released and tried a bunch of different things to get my life back in order and back on track. It wasn't easy, being released during COVID time. I got released with no ID and was desperately attempting to put the puzzle pieces to my life back together. Nonetheless, I'm still here. I was able to attain all my IDs. Well, not all, most of them. I'm still waiting for some IDs that the Toronto police had stolen and not given back to me. But I'm whatever IDs I'm allowed to have as a parolee, I'm working on getting those, and I got a few of them, at least the necessary ones for me to manage myself in society. And I say all that because I'm trying to caution people that, I don't know which one of my brothers and sisters are going to be hearing this within prison walls, but make sure that when you're on your way out, regardless of if you're being supported or not supported, like I wasn't supported by my case management team, still apply for all your IDs. Make sure that you get your stuff in order so that when you get out, your transition is easier. Because trust me, my transition was not. So that's just a cautionary tale. But other than that, I got out, I tried the school thing, I tried this, I tried that, multiple different jobs. And I'm happy to announce that I was fortunate enough to become the founder of my first nonprofit organization, the Freedoms of Us Foundation, which is thriving and in full effect. So I would like to play an audio clip for you guys from a friend of a deceased person that was murdered by correctional officers in Exeter Prison in London, Ontario. This is graphic, and I just want to caution everybody, give a trigger warning that this may be triggering, but nonetheless, I think it needs to be heard. So without further ado, here we go.
On July 5th, 5 correctional officers murdered my friend Brandon for throwing a towel. On July 5th, that small, childlike act of defiance was all it took for Brandon to forfeit his life in the eyes of those 5 COs. Other inmates say Brandon pleaded for mercy, begging for forgiveness, asking them to stop. The beating did end, and Brandon was left alone in his cell, crying and whimpering through the night until there was no sound at all. Despite likely passing away in the early hours of July 6th and being found unresponsive in his cell, correctional officers performed one last degrading act on his body and his spirit. They handcuffed an unresponsive Brandon This man who had cried out for mercy like a child, as if he were a monster. Brandon was not a monster. He was murdered by them. Brandon was gregarious. Everywhere he went, making friends with people. You either knew Brandon or knew someone who did. I think it was because on top of being spontaneous and silly, he was always performing acrobatics, stunts, and climbing the strangest things. Who doesn't want to know that person? Brandon could pull you out of that dark mood and have you roaring with laughter. Brandon was bursting with love for people. On the odd occasion where he'd get it backwards, it wouldn't be long before he realized he was being ignorant and missing out on another beautiful friendship. Brandon would be your biggest ally and boost you up in any way he could. He couldn't always make it, but you always knew he was by your side in spirit. Brandon was also an MMA fighter. I think it was a way for him to dispel all that energy. And if we're keeping it real, he loved to look good. But being an MMA fighter didn't mean that Brandon was a violent man. He was a kid in an adult-sized body. That's part of what makes this death of his so hard to accept. Brandon wasn't being violent. He hadn't squared up or thrown a punch. Brandon threw a towel at a CO after being denied his shower. 5 correctional officers beat Brandon, even as he begged and pleaded for them to stop. Brandon was tapping out, but there was no referee to save him, and only a hushed crowd of terrified inmates to look on. Those same inmates listened as Brandon was left alone in his cell, his pain-filled cries echoing down the cell block unheeded. My friend Brandon died scared, in pain, and alone. If that towel had been thrown at 5 men in the locker room of an MMA gym, those men would be murderers, each one arrested and charged and waiting for their day in court. Yet not one man has been held accountable thus far. Taking it even further, these same COs now claim this tiny protest that occurs outside of the jail where Brandon was murdered has them afraid for their lives. When I hear those kinds of statements, I know what it really means. More people like my friend Brandon will be murdered because those 5 COs and ones just like them think no one cares. I care. Others care. And soon others will too. I refuse to watch more lights like Brandon's be snuffed out until we're all standing here in the dark. Instead, we will burn brightly and collectively as a shared flame, so bright that it forces the truth out into the light. They did not steal Brandon's light when they stole his life. Instead, he lights the path ahead.
Man, that's some powerful ish, man. Rest in peace to Brandon and condolences to his family and friends. Real talk. Freedom's a must, man. Oftentimes, our strongest leaders and sharpest thinkers are sent to prison. If you think of people like Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King, Mahatma Gandhi, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, to name a few. These are some of our strongest leaders in history, and they were faced with incarceration at some point in time. I say all that to say, when I say I'm a survivor of the prison system, one should understand, because if you know, you know. The prison system is just a cell from the nucleus called the system of government. I was fortunate enough to walk out with my life after being assaulted by multiple guards. There was 30 involved, but you can see on camera about 8 to 10 that are physically involved in the assault on my person. This happened in 2012, and I'm still fighting to this day. One guard was charged, Kay Blair, and had been actively working this whole time while I was incarcerated. And then just before I was released, I'd had my colleagues lobby to members of parliament and anyone that would listen. And eventually the lobbying was heard, and the OPP got involved, and they decided to lay charges on one individual. It's so eerily similar to this recording I just played to you by the friend of Brandon. And he speaks on the fact that if that had happened within the context of a MMA gym, all of the participants would have been charged with more severe charges and been sentenced to imprisonment. Though I am happy that there was some accountability on the part of the justice system in terms of finding at least one guard guilty, I still feel like we're not holding everyone to account, which is why I'm a firm believer that there is two different justice systems, one for the condemned and one for the more privileged. And the fight for me will continue, because it's not for me, it's much bigger than me. It's for those that have no voice. So I say all that to say, Prisoners' Justice Day means a lot to me, regardless of if I'm incarcerated or I'm a free man or partially free man. Freedom will always be a must, and I want everyone to stand in solidarity, not just when incarceration affects you or your family, but when it affects everybody, because we're not free until we're all free. And that is something I want everybody to take into consideration. Please check out the Freedom is a Must Foundation. Check out our website at freedomisamustfoundation.org. And you could also find us on Instagram at Freedom is a Must Foundation at Instagram. Or you could go to my personal Instagram at freedom_is_a_must, one word, at Instagram. And yeah, just follow the movement, be a part of it, support, share, follow, comment, and all that stuff. Freedom's a must.
That was the voice of Christoph Lewis of Freedom is a Must Foundation, with a really jarring and difficult to listen to, but important story in the middle there about Brandon Marchant, who we say rest in peace to. And what a difficult story to have to tell. But Christoph, we appreciate your advocacy and your voice. We encourage people to check out the Freedom is a Must Foundation. You are listening to Pjd TV. It's Desmond Cole and Elle Jones giving you a live broadcast today on Prisoners' Justice Day, the 48th commemoration of Prisoners' Justice Day, and the 4th installment of Pjd TV. We are across so-called Canada talking to incarcerated and formerly incarcerated people, talking to their family members, advocates, researchers, all people united together in the struggle against all of these carceral systems to free all of our people and to give them the supports that they need. We are just coming from hearing from Christoph Lewis, and we've been in Toronto, we've been to Ottawa to hear from folks. We are about to go, I understand, to Winnipeg to a feast that is happening for Prisoners' Justice Day. And Al, I think you're going to introduce our next guests there.
Yes, so we are now turning to Winnipeg, and of course, people I'm sure know that Winnipeg has been in the news for quite a few months for hashtag Search the Landfill. So the mobilization on behalf of the women who were murdered and whose remains and bodies are said to rest in the Prairie Green landfill and the Brady landfill. And Desmond, if we can quote the names of those women. And so the government, claiming health and safety as well as cost, has refused to search that landfill. So we've seen a huge movement in Winnipeg and then in solidarity across so-called Canada, the demand that the bodies of Indigenous women and the lives of Indigenous women are not treated as garbage, and that they are honored and brought home where they belong. At the same time, of course, in Winnipeg, we also recently just concluded the World Police and Fire Games. which featured 8,500 police, border guards, and correctional officers and their families converging upon Winnipeg at about $17 million of public costs to play games such as cornhole, in order to essentially hold cop recess, while of course funds have been withheld. So Winnipeg Police Cause Harm and other groups have been very active in the last few months in opposing the games. And we've also seen many different Indigenous groups fighting for justice. So I believe we have up next Kendall Joyner from Native Clan Org. Is that correct? Or are we moving to a live event?
Yeah, and we've got Carter coming in with the live stream here, and we'll check in with that. So we'll unmute that and we'll spotlight it, and on we go.
I just wanted to add, if I could, that we know that Morgan Beatrice Harris, Mercedes Myron, and Rebecca Contois are three women who Jeremy, I'm not going to say his name, forgive me for even starting that. A man in Winnipeg charged with first-degree murder in the deaths of all three of these women, including a fourth who has not been identified. And it is these women's bodies who are believed to possibly be in the landfill that the police refused to search, although we see them criminalizing people who demand that they search the landfill, going to the homes of demonstrators, putting out arrest warrants for people who put bloody spray paint in front of the Winnipeg Police Department to demonstrate the blood on the hands of the Winnipeg police. It's a disastrous time, and I don't want to cut off the speaker at the live stream in Winnipeg, so let's just go ahead to that. I just wanted to make sure we added the women's names.
Now this is it. I mean, all this show is really this is show busted up, having this money. I got there and I did. They say social security and a bunch of people like here. We'll get this deal from the lab and then we'll give you all the time you give up on. Flat out of the bus and no one's going to say, there are women in 18 plus. I'm going to get finally, this elderly woman, we don't need to survive. Maybe one time with myself, all the little stuff. But I love this. I don't feel anything. Right? Following this is when you get back in the days. Like, come to the bar, or she kind of my I mean, the lady around us, and that bar, and the first.
Just cutting in here, sorry. We're going to come back to this Winnipeg footage. We're just trying to sort out a little bit of audio issues. And while we do that, one of the other PJD events that was happening across the country today was happening in Regina, Saskatchewan. And we would like to welcome, if we can bring in Sherry Gordon. And I think
can you hear me now?
Hey,
yes.
There you are.
Okay.
Sherry, could you please introduce yourself? Sorry, we're just going by the seat of our pants here on PJD.
That's okay.
So please introduce yourself to the audience.
So my name is Sherry Gordon. I am a prisoner advocate here out in Regina. I deal with a lot of federal and provincial inmates. So I'm also a prison wife. So I have my husband who's incarcerated right now in a life sentence at Regional Psychiatric Center. So I had a lot of passion for what I was doing today. We didn't have a big turnout in Regina. The weather was kind of crappy. But we're in a place where there's really not a lot of support for prisoners to begin with. But the people we did have, we got some media attention for it, so it was good. But the girls at Pine Grove actually joined in this hunger strike, and they're actually carrying on further past today for the conditions that are inside their institutions right now. And they're located in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. So I kind of blended the significance of this day along with the issues that they have, and I'm hoping it has a little bit of momentum to bring some changes for them, because Faith Eagle is the one, she's been in the media quite a bit out here in Saskatchewan. She did a 6-month hunger strike previously. She's been on a liquid diet now for 11 months. And when I spoke to her, when she first told me about this, she was basically to the point where she had said, if I have to lose my life for this to bring better conditions for the women, I will. So when she was incarcerated, well, she's still incarcerated, but when she did the hunger strike before, she ended up in the 6 months that she was on a hunger strike in the hospital 2 times. And the institution made her sign a do not resuscitate order, which they lost. But my concern is are they going to find it again? Is it magically going to appear if something happens to her? So today, I think, was a good day. I'm hoping, we've got a lot of people that are kind of paying attention to it. FSIN's kind of involved, and I think there's some other people that are going to start to maybe help, like the Congress of Aboriginal People. There was a reporter, I talked to the Canadian Press. I think it was Canadian Press today. They're going to, check into that and, try talking to our Minister of Corrections and see what's going to happen, because these conditions have been horrible for years. Like, I've heard about this like pre-COVID, and I didn't get into the institution until during COVID, but it's been bad. And and we look at Saskatchewan, those women, over 90% of the women that are in there are Indigenous women. And they're right now currently, they think they're over 100 capacity, which is just ridiculous. I know the other day, Faith Eagle had told me there's not enough clothes, there's not enough food for the women. They've closed the classrooms down, they've closed the chapel down, the gym down to house women. And it's really unfortunate that these women are going through these conditions.
Sherry, I'm so grateful you brought up Faith Eagle and her struggle, because she's paid a huge price in order to bring attention to what's happening to incarcerated women. She particularly has said that she wants people to pay attention to the conditions for younger Indigenous women who are incarcerated. And I want you, if you could, to talk a little bit more specifically about what these conditions are that go back years, that Faith Eagle and others have put their lives on the line, their bodies on the line, to get the word out about.
Right now, they're experiencing a lot of sexual harassment by the guards. So, you've got these women who, a lot of them are, victims of sexual assault. They've been come from residential school. Some of the older ones, they're being, strip searched in front of men. This is something that they want to stop. There's no need that a male guard should be present when they're doing a strip search. And just, even lack of respect. There's no cultural awareness. Her daughter is in custody with her, and she was recently pregnant. And she gives props to them for how they managed that, because they actually did take good care of her. But that there's other women that she feels really bad for, because there are women who have been, if Faith wasn't there, I don't think her daughter would have gotten the care that she needed, that she should have got, or that she did get. But there's other women just coming off of overdoses. A lot of women that come inside, they're coming off of the drugs, and there's been overdoses there. The women aren't getting the proper, medical attention. They see the white, sort of the non-Indigenous women who, they're getting Tylenol, whatever they need. But these Indigenous women are just left there with no medication, no help to just tough it out. And I did speak to one girl last week. I don't remember her name. And she said that when she came in, she was coming off the drugs, and they blamed her as to bringing the drugs in. And she ended up pretty much having a really bad reaction to everything, no help, that they had to take her to the hospital. And they wouldn't take her to the hospital right away until it was the fact that her lips turned blue and she was starting to turn white. So these women are almost have to face death in these horrible conditions to get anything. And it's sad. It shouldn't be like that. I see it with the men too. You know, like I say, I'm a prison wife, so I see how my husband's gone through battles after battles too to get to where he is, to get the help that he needs. And a lot of these women, a lot of it is mental health. She says that's one of the demands that they want is more access to mental health. But with faith in these girls, because they're on remand, they really have no services for them. They don't really give them programming. And I think that's just a real, it's stupid. You know, some of these girls are sitting there. I have one girl that I've helped that her trial is coming up in March, I think, or January now. She'll be there 4 years. That's 4 years on remand. That is just horrendous. And actually another girl I was told was just released yesterday, and she'd been in 4 years as well. She was released with no resources, no housing. She's going to go back to, you know, the environment that she lived, which was addictions. So she's been sober for 4 years. Well, you know, what are the odds that she'll be like another Corey Cardinal is always what I think when these women or these men are released from prison and there's no support for them. Corey Cardinal was huge during COVID, advocating with me. And what happened, you know, a month after he left the Saskatoon Correctional, he was found, you know, he overdosed and he was found in I think it was a window well or somewhere in an abandoned building in Saskatoon. It's tragic, you know, but there's no support for a lot of these inmates when they get out.
We're also going to be talking about Corey Cardinal coming up shortly too in an initiative that's being taken on in his name.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah, it sounds exhausting, I must say, Sherry, to be in the position that you and other advocates out there are in.
It is exhausting. I mean, like I said, I'm a prison wife too, so I've battled the system on many different levels with my husband. I mean, you know, just it's a constant fight. I live the fight daily. You know, it took me 3 years out of my 4.5-year relationship to touch my husband. Partially that was COVID, but the other part was going through ion scanners. So I've battled with CSC, you know, any institution numerous times, almost on a daily level. I'm lucky now, you know, he's at a place where he is getting mental health help, but I look at all the other inmates that aren't. And, you know, when we had these big posters up that I made, you know, last night, there was people like Curtis McKenzie, you know, he was at Regional Psychiatric Center, cut off his nose, went back to Sask Penn, and then he hung himself. I look at my boss, her brother, Kendall Campo, he was at Regional Psychiatric Center too, went back to Sask Penn. Then he got sent to Kent Institution or Pacific Institution, and he died. So there's, I think what I did is I made ribbons up for all those people that died in a Saskatchewan prison or who were from Saskatchewan and died in a prison in a different province. I had about 24 of them. And when I was making them up, I was getting really pissed off because I'm like, you know, this shouldn't be happening. And I couldn't, when I Googled the reasons why, because, you know, I did a little bit of investigating, a lot of them were always like unresponsive in cell, unresponsive. They don't ever give the details. Another thing that pisses me off, I don't know if I can say that word, but is when the media reports these, they always have to list the crime. I think it's, you know, it's absolutely, why do we have to list the crime? Like their life is less important because of the crime they made. Like, and I get that, you know, being a prison wife, whenever my husband's in the media, the first thing they say is, well, you know, he's a killer. I mean, I look at when we just got married in the institution in June, and I sit there and I look at the story headlines. It's like prisoner advocate marries convicted killer. I get the title, like I'm not knocking anything on it. He didn't like the title, you know, it's a catchy headline, I get it, but I just don't like how the media portrays, puts their crime into certain things. It makes them feel like their lives are less valued.
Maybe a final question for you, Sherry, is people do work with lifers and people do work with folks who are in jail, in prison, I should say, for lengthy sentences. And I want you to maybe speak, if you could, about the importance of that kind of support work, because I think that there's a tendency sometimes to want to separate that out from people who are seen to be maybe accused but not guilty, who are on remand. And like, what to you is the importance for people who are not going to get out anytime soon, right? For people who are sentenced to long terms and who are still living behind the walls, invisible day to day.
You know, I always say like their lives matter, you know, like when people on remand, they sit there for quite a while, but we have to remember they're innocent until proven guilty. They're remanded for whatever reason, but their lives still matter. I look at, you know, and I just look at even my husband, like if we don't win our ministerial review coming up, we have 15 years to serve. And some people, they just feel like, well, that's a long time. Their lives don't matter anymore. They do matter. Honestly, I haven't heard from my husband since Sunday. I worry like hell every day, wondering where he is, because I don't know. You don't know. If you don't get that phone call, you don't know what's going on. I look in the media, and I admit that I always look on the CSC website to see if there's something that happened. I'm a little bit of a crazy prison wife, so I've actually called the institution already to see if he's okay. And they're like, yeah, everything's good. So I don't know what the reason is he's not calling. I get it. He's in a psych center. He might be going through some shit that I don't know about, but he's safe. But I mean, people look at me sometimes, and that's the one thing they criticized me when I got married. It's like, why? You're going to degrade your life to marry a lifer? Well, you know what? These people matter. They still have family who love them. They have family who care for them. They belong to somebody. They're somebody's father, their mother, brother, sister, somebody's son, daughter. And I don't know, it bothers me that so many people think that these people just don't matter in life because we just lock them away and they're forgotten about. And I see that as an advocate. A lot of people, they tell me, my first few years on a long sentence, the first couple of years, they get family visiting regularly, and then they get nothing. And I see that with my husband. I make the effort to visit every weekend. So every Friday or every Saturday morning, I drive up to Saskatoon. It's a 3-hour drive. I do my 2 visits. I come back. If I can, I'll visit during the week. When he moved from Saskatoon to Edmonton, I moved because I believe, these lives matter. And there's not many people who can do that. I'm fortunate enough that I can. I wish all other inmates had, those family or somebody to visit and make them feel appreciated. But that comes too with the mental health. If you're not getting visits, you don't get phone calls. There's just no supports inside prison. And I think if I look at the people that I had on my poster, they all suffered from some sort of mental health issues. And the thing that gets me too is they're dying in their cells. Like, guards are supposed to be watching them. There was one case of Cassandra Ross in where was it? Pine Grove. The inquest showed that the guard was watching her cell phone, watching YouTube, and she was told that this girl was hanging in her cell. And by the time she cared to go look, it was already too late. They cut her down from her tied bed sheet where she was hanging, and she was already dead. So it's things like that is, what are they getting paid to do? They should be doing their job, and their job is not having a cell phone on duty, watching YouTube. So that concerns me as an advocate and as a prison wife. Very concerning.
No doubt. Today is a day to honor all of those people who are incarcerated and to amplify their struggle, amplify their demands. And we could never do that without the support of people like you who are there every day for people on the inside, who are there for your husband, who are there for other young women in the community. We want to thank you very, very much, Sherry, for joining us and for your continued advocacy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sherry. And thank you for not being ashamed to speak out loud about loving people who are incarcerated and for claiming that relationship. I think it's so important because so much of the stigma spreads by telling people that that's something to be ashamed of, or there's something wrong with you if you, even the shaming you've talked about in the newspaper headlines, as though it's news that 2 people fell in love. So
no, it is. It's pretty sad because I do have a lot of women. People look at me and they're like, "Well, you have a career. Why would you throw your life away?" I work in child protection, child prevention. Why would you do that? Like you must be a horrible person to do that. No, I don't. I have my shit relatively all together. But I believe in my husband's innocence. I do believe that we're going to get our ministerial review here pretty quick, and he's going to come home. It's just a matter of time. But when I talk to prison wives, I have some that are teachers, some that work for lawyers. I used to work for Tony Merchant, for God's sake. So, they're all over. It's just most of them don't want to come out. So I always use my story because I believe that if I can get through this shit, Tim and I think anybody can. And we've only been married, it was June 23rd of this year we got married at the jail. And I always tell people, it's a bad day. It's not a bad life. If I can get through it, you can get through anything, because we don't get to just, sit beside each other and fight it out and then go away and talk again. Sometimes we got to wait 2-3 days before we talk to each other, or a couple hours. So it's nothing to be ashamed of. I always tell people that it's nothing to be ashamed of.
thank you so much for your work and for your
Thank you.
courage. And it was a beautiful interview. Thank you so much, Sherry.
Thank you.
Take care.
That was Sherry Gordon in Regina, Saskatchewan. And as we continue our broadcast here for Prisoners Justice Day 2023, it looks like we're going to be moving on to Winnipeg, an advocacy group that I hope many of you have heard of by the name of Winnipeg Police Cause Harm has been doing spectacular work in that city for many years. We were just talking about the landfill. There's so many issues around policing in Winnipeg and the women who the police refuse to search for, among just countless other issues. I mean, we are talking about the police here, of course. Somebody who knows a lot more about this than I do is Leon Laidlaw from Winnipeg Police Cause Harm, who's here to give us an update about how PJD was observed in Winnipeg this afternoon. Hey, Leon. Leon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much for having us. Right now, we are outside the Ukrainian Labor Temple at 591 Pritchard Avenue in Winnipeg, and we are having a social gathering, a feast, and a series of presentations and speakers sharing actually right now about the spirit of PJD, their experiences of resisting incarceration in Winnipeg right now. So we're just outside the building right now, 50 space while they're sharing their stories. We've had a whole day of events today, hosted by beautiful Indigenous organizations who are working with criminalized and incarcerated people. So the Native Clan organization at Manitou House hosted a sacred fire this afternoon that is still ongoing. And we had the resident elder Brian leading the ceremony today, and we had a beautiful drum group there. I'm reporting as Winnipeg Police Cause Harm, and we have several of our members coming in solidarity with incarcerated folks today and acting as respondents for the struggles of incarcerated people. So we are here as a support role. We are here to gift our energy, our love, and providing gifts of medicine for those who are doing the work to support people who are incarcerated today. There are many events happening across the city that we are just merely one of them. There is a sweat happening at the Stony Mountain federal facility just north of the city.
Sorry to interrupt you, Leon. I'm so sorry. I think whoever's filming maybe has their finger over the mic, and if they could move their finger, we might be able
Sorry
to hear
about
you.
that. Is this any better?
Tiny bit, yeah.
We're just saying how this is just one event that is happening today. There is a sweat happening outside of Stony Mountain facility that's been organized by incarcerated people. And there are several other events that are tangential to what's happening because there's Justice Day. It's the 9th anniversary of the passing of young Tina Fontaine is also happening right now in the city at Edina Circle downtown, where Tina's young brother is leading a rally to support, to honor Tina Fontaine and to raise awareness about the landfill and the ongoing injustices of gendered colonial violence in Winnipeg. And Fontaine's young brother is a youth who is leading justice movements now and continuing that. So our city right now is full of events that are happening today. And we are just honored to be able to be invited into this space today with Native Clan organization, with a Free Fly Manitoba, and with several other organizing groups who helped put this event on today at Manitou House, and then a feast today at the Ukrainian Labor Temple. And we decided to put on a feast, even though many are fasting today, and we acknowledge that many people are fasting who are incarcerated and in solidarity with those who are incarcerated, because this is a space to gather and a space for people to heal and to honor those who have lost their lives in custody. And so we wanted to provide a space for people to eat and to gather while we do that. So I thank you for highlighting our event today. And I just wanted to give credit to the beautiful organizations who did this work and hosted their space. and the brothers that we have at Manitou House who welcomed us as guests into their house because it is a Section 81 facility under the CCRA. So we thank you, and thank you so much to the organizers of the Abolition Coalition and CL and Desmond for hosting today. But we very much appreciate the airtime.
We really thank you for taking time out.
Thank you. I believe they're returning to the event. I just wanted to say again that Winnipeg Police Cause Harm has been doing great work over the last few weeks. So if you don't follow them on Twitter, you should. They've been really going hard as an abolitionist group and really challenging the police. So thank you so much, Leon, for joining us, and thank you for all the work of that group as well. Desmond, I'm going to throw to you for a moment.
You go on ahead. My co-host is 5 hours ahead of us and is feeling a little under the weather, but Elle is a trooper and will hopefully be back. We're going to keep going here. I'm going to just lean on my colleagues behind the scenes here just to support me in where we're going next, because I believe that we're going to go to Kingston, where we had some recordings done on the significance of Prisoners' Justice Day and a healing circle and an art of survival exhibit. So it looks like we're going to go to that, and we're going to start with some drumming from one of my favorite people in the entire world, and that's Joey Twins, a very, very beloved and well-known anti-carceral advocate, P4W survivor, and we're just going to have a clip here of Joey doing an opening with some drumming. It's unfortunate that some of the events that we were hoping to cover today got rained out, but we wanted to make sure we could bring you as much of that as possible. And the poetry and the drumming and the storytelling are always a big part of Prisoners' Justice Day events. So we appreciate that. We have some interviews now with members of the P4W Memorial Collective, and we're going to get into that now. Several members of that collective sat down for interviews, which were recorded, and I believe we're going to have an art exhibition slideshow after this. Hopefully our friends will be introducing themselves in the video, and I'm going to turn it over to them. Let's go ahead.
Okay, so it's Prisoners' Justice Day, and I'm here with Bobby, Ann, and Heather from the P4W Collective. So, ladies, tell me about the importance of this day.
Well, Prisoners' Justice Day has been going on, has been recognized by prisoners since about 1975, when Eddie Nayland bled to death in segregation, and the emergency buttons in the segregation wards weren't connected to the towers in the men's prison, and he bled out and died. And then the next year, I'm having a bit of a problem with my memory because I'm old. Another fellow had a heart attack, and the same thing happened. They pushed the emergency buttons, they weren't connected. So anyways, the guys at Millhaven started this tradition of every August 10th of having a day in which you recognize all the people that died in prison, but it's also to become aware of just how destructive prisons are and how I'll just say one last sort of more political type thing, that really, why are people in prison? Like, as far as I know at this point, this is the minimum percentage of women in prison that are Indigenous. Federal prisons is 50%. That's minimum. They are not 50% of the population. They're something like 4%. So how could 50% of the Indigenous people in prison be, you know, convicted of crimes? Obviously, it's due to poverty, inequity, injustice, you know, obviously racism. And also, then well, I'll just say one more statistic. And that, because it's a fact. It's not just an ideological statement because I'm a communist or an anarchist. And that is that 80% of the women in federal prisons have been sexually abused when they were young. And that is also much higher than the general population. So obviously, sexual abuse leads to, you know, people being mental, it creates mental problems for people that lead to crime, you know, possibly just, you know, poverty, and how are people supposed to survive when you're poor? I'll say one last thing, I've really said, which is, you know today that just to get an apartment costs well over $1,500. So how is somebody who's poor on disability or welfare, they're going to be homeless in a homeless camp?
Yeah, they're screwed.
And so that's going to lead to crime because you got to eat, so you're going to either be selling drugs or stealing. So this is why we have Prisoners Justice Day, to realize that the people in prison are not there because they were born criminals or bad people. It's because our society is filled with inequity and racism and sexism and injustice. That's it for me.
Absolutely. And Heather, what did we do here today on the grounds of P4W?
We had a healing circle. We passed the feather. People introduced themselves, shared what was important to them, why they came together, what it means for them. There's a lot of people here who are allies of the women and men. There's men that have come that have been inside, men who've worked behind the walls. There's people that don't know anything about it, but they want to be included, they want to know, they want to share, they're empathetic towards it. So we've got a really good blend and mix of people coming together, and being able to pass the feather and share your story in some small way is a great way to connect. And you're remembering not just the women that have passed, but the men who have passed and the struggles we continue to go through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And Bobby, why is it important to have this healing circle and PJD on the grounds here of P4W?
Because this is where our sisters have passed. This is where we all spent our time together, healing together, being together, and helping each other through all our hardships. And the people, the women that have passed away here, this is why we have our healing circle here, because when you come here, you know you feel you've been healed because you're with your sisters and everybody who have been here to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And any of you or all of you, what do you think the public, what do you want to say about Prisoners Justice Day, or just any message at all?
Prisoners Justice Day, you know, you want to remember the people that have, you know, spent their time together, and the sisters that, you know, that were always there for each other. And you know what? They were mothers, they were sisters, they were daughters, they were, you know what I mean? And we're all human beings, you know, but people, like, they have this stereotype, everybody's this, everybody's that, but you know what? We are all here together, you know, as sisters, and we should be standing by each other and saying, you know, forget this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you guys? Final words, messages?
I guess I just wanted to agree. There's a lot of women that, I'm speaking for the women, but there's a lot of women behind the walls that have mental illness, and they're brought into the penal system rather than going through the psychiatric system. So they're charged as criminals rather than getting the help they need. So you've got a woman who's been on the street and she's trying to survive and provide for her kids and going about it in any manner that she has to, because she has to provide, and she's penalized for it. And she could have bipolar, she could have EPD, she could have schizophrenia. We've had a great mixture of mental health problems and issues within the system, for sure. And there's never been any help for us while we've been in here. And it's pretty much the same as GBI.
Yeah.
you just heard from three women who were formerly incarcerated at PwC. We've done a lot of work speaking about and hearing from people associated with and formerly incarcerated at the Kingston Prison for Women, which opened in the 1930s and was shut down in 2000. It is a notorious site where a lot of women were very harshly treated and abused and punished, experiments done on them, Indigenous women overrepresented in terms of like security designations and then subjected to extremely harsh punishment as a result. And now that P4W closed in 2000, the P4W Memorial Committee are committed to having a garden installed on that site, a memorial garden in front of the former site, and a stone walkway encircling a monument where the names of all of the women who died in prisons across Canada can be remembered and honored. You might have heard some construction equipment in the background there, and it's worth noting that the site where P4W used to be is now being redeveloped for what else in Canada? Condos. And the developer, I guess, thinks it's okay on Prisoners' Justice Day to be working while people are trying to do this commemoration. I guess they really don't understand the significance of where they are, or perhaps don't care. But we wanted to thank everybody who participated in creating that. We have some more videos coming up for you. I just wanted to note that, and I believe we're going to have more P4W Memorial Collective footage now. As we just get that up, I'll just remind you that you're listening to Prisoners Justice Day TV 2020.
Studies from years ago, though. That was from a while ago with the Human Rights in Action thing. So
Okay.
there wasn't any help then.
Anne or anybody want to say anything about the Healing Garden or the art show?
Well, the Healing Garden and Art Show, I'm very proud that our sisters have all together fought for this, because it's very important for us, because you know what? It's not everybody expressed their ways of doing time. They could speak about it, you know, or talk about it. And all the stuff that I've seen in the art I've seen, that the women expressing themselves, you know, that's how they did time. And some of it's funny, some of it's really good art. And I tell you, when Heather, you know, like when we all got together and fought to get this art gallery, that's what it's there for, is to show that this is how it wasn't always, you know, easy, and it wasn't always, you know, straight up, and the guards weren't always perfect. You know what I mean? And that's the way to show it, you know, and this art gallery is very important to us, to show how our feelings really are, how we did our time, and how people think about us, which is stereotyping, of course. But in these pictures, in our art, it shows, you know, that we were human beings and good people.
Yeah, yeah. And Heather had some art in the show.
Yeah.
So what do you want people to know about your creations? Or anything you want to say about it?
I'm just really proud of all of the creations.
Yeah.
Were there. There's a lot of beautiful artists that have art in the show that are no longer with us, you know, and you go up to the tight wire wall with all the takeaway pages and all the poems and the pictures, and it's, you go back in time and you say, oh, I remember that. I remember this woman. Oh, I forgot about her. Because you get on with life and you forget certain things, certain memories, and it brings back every single memory of that person, where you were, the time you were doing, what was happening, how crazy it was. So it's just one way for us to express ourselves, to write our poetry, sing our songs, do our plays.
Yeah. I think this is why all of this is why we do all of this. The sisterhood, you know, the Prisoners Justice Day, you know, we pray for our brothers and sisters, and just showing all that makes us look like human beings. It all like makes us look like, you know what, we are real people.
Yeah.
And all these asshole developers, like they can't even take a break on PJD. They're making all kinds of noise in the background.
Shame on them.
Shame on them. It's Prisoners Justice Day, man.
Well,
Okay.
Yeah, it's only a holiday for us.
Yeah.
Right? If you can call it that. It's our day to remember
That these people were here for us, like these women, we were all together. It didn't matter if we didn't even know each other. If you were having a rough day, you could just go in the cell, sit down and talk, and you know, they were there for you. PFW, I can honestly say that all the women stuck together through the bad, thick and thin.
Yeah, lots of solidarity, eh?
Lots of solidarity, 100%.
Awesome.
It didn't matter.
Okay.
They threw their differences aside, and that's it.
It was pretty strong. It was pretty solid. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, thank you.
I always love watching these P4W collective videos and the solidarity and the support, the love that is so evident between women who had this shared experience. We've got a little more.
3, 2, 1, go.
I'm Rachel Fader, and this is Danny Betteridge. We're standing outside of the prison for women, and it's Prisoners Justice Day.
Yeah.
So I'll let Danny introduce herself. She's one of the artists in the Art of Survival show.
So my name's Danielle, and I have a photograph in the Art of Survival show at the Pump House Museum. This picture is really special to me because I took it while I was homeless and in the problem, addicted to drugs, and I was at an especially low point in my life. And I came upon this little flower growing out of the cracks in the concrete, and there was, you know, this booze bottle in the background and cigarettes, and it was just really grubby, but this beautiful little flower was growing out of the concrete, and it just gave me so much hope, and I just had to get down and take a picture of it. So that's what that picture means to me.
That's amazing. And when you're in a dark place, often it's so important to have those little glimmers of hope, right?
Yes.
So can you talk a bit about what's the value of making art for people who have been in prison, are in prison, on parole, homelessness, all of those struggles?
Okay, so for me, making art is so important because well, we used to make art together when we were inside. You know, you get together and spend a few hours with your friends, and you create with whatever you could find around the grounds, or you know, sometimes we'd have obviously paints and stuff like that and crayons, but a lot of times we used, you know, stuff that we'd find around the penitentiary and make a piece of art with it. And it was just such a really great way to be creative and lose yourself and forget about, you know, what was kind of going on in life at the time.
Totally.
Yeah.
And how do you feel being here today for Prisoners Justice Day and having a piece in the Art of Survival show?
I'm really grateful to be here today. It's definitely an ominous feeling being here beside the building, but I'm just grateful that I got to see it while it was still here. And that we can have a memorial and remember all the women that served time here.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel.
We're going to move on now, after hearing all of those powerful voices of women associated with the PWC collective, to a slideshow. We want you to know about the Art of Survival, a Prison for Women Memorial Collective exhibition happening now until September 2nd. And you can see on screen that you can go to kingstonpumphouse.ca for more information. So as we play this slideshow, please allow me to give you a little bit more information on it. Let's go. Can we make that full screen? Thank you so much. The Art of Survival, a P4W Memorial Collective exhibition, is on now until September 7th at the Pump House Museum in Kingston. The Art of Survival brings together more than 30 local, national, and international artists and collectives who have produced artwork inside institutions for women or while on parole. Curated by the Prison for Women Collective, P4WMC, Prison for Women Memorial Collective, and Sheena Hodgsko. This exhibit is part of the P4WMC's long-term project to remember and honor people who lived and died inside prisons designated for women across Canada. The show includes painting, drawing, mixed media, beadwork, textile, audio, sculpture, photography, video, and a small retrospective on Tightwire, the prisoner newsletter produced inside Prison for Women from 1970 to 1993. The exhibition's title draws from a 1992 essay by artist, community organizer, and former P4W prisoner Gail K. Horry. Alongside images of her figurative sculpture, Horry affirms the power of art making inside prison. Quote, "Women in prison waste nothing. Every bead, every shred of fabric and leather, every piece of paper, every pen is used or passed on. When a woman leaves prison, she leaves to another prisoner her clothes, television set, stereo, bought soap and perfume, makeup and music. When women leave prison, they take with them the love and respect for their sisters in struggle. They leave behind their tools for survival. The women left will be reminded that one day it will be her turn to leave, and when it comes, she will also pass these valuable tools on." In the 30 years since Horry's declaration, it has become increasingly difficult for prisoners to make art due to mounting restrictions by the prison administration. Ongoing barriers include difficulty accessing art materials and cuts to programming. These limitations reflect prisoners' worsening physical and psychological living conditions from coast to coast. The artworks in The Art of Survival explore themes of love, community, sisterhood, healing, survival, resistance, and resilience. The invited artists shift the frame, describe things in a different tone of voice, and depict life in and beyond prison walls. In doing so, they counter the negative stereotypes of people caught in the prison system. P4WMC and its allies invite viewers to imagine a world that does not rely on the violence of prisons for community safety and accountability. The collective and its allies invite you to a sharing circle this Saturday, and that's August 12th at the Artist Sharing Circle at Pump House Museum, August 12th, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern. It's free at the Pump House Museum in Kingston. And due to the great response to the July event, the second public sharing circle will discuss The Art of Survival, a P4W Memorial Collective exhibition, and focus on the importance of past and current art making within prisons and on parole from coast to coast. Facilitated by Rachel Fader, Ann Hansen, and Sheena Hodgsko. Exhibiting artists Heather Evans, Danielle Betteridge, Jackie Traverse, Natasha Warren, and Georgia Ward will be present. It's incredible. You know, there's so little time in this broadcast, even though we're on the air today for 5 hours. I was reading about bead making earlier today in notes that I haven't even had time to go back to today because we've been so chock full in our programming. But just, you know, a beadwork program being shut down in Manitoba and the devastation of the women in this Manitoba jail because, you know, unknown problems cited by staff saying, you know, there's some problems being caused by this beadworking program, and so we're going to have to shut it down. And I was reading about an article just talking about how affected women in the prison in Manitoba are because this was such an important lifeline for them, and they were selling their work and using the proceeds of those sales to support people. And so it's really wonderful to see this work, this artwork being supported by Prison for Women Memorial Collective. And we hope that if you're in the Kingston area this Saturday that you will check that out. I believe that we are going to go now to James Rustin, who's been standing by. James, if you have joined our broadcasts before, has been part of PWJ, or sorry, I can't talk anymore because we're 3.5 hours in. Has been part of Pjd T.V in the past, and we are very fortunate to have him back. Let me read a short bio here because I am somewhat prepared. James Rustin is a member of the Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project a prisoner justice group with a long-term vision of prison abolition, and he is currently living on day parole as part of serving a life sentence. James, it is so nice to see you.
It's good to see you again. It was so nice to meet you. I think it was last year at our friend's wedding. You are a fantastic guy. I love the fact that you're back on as a host again this year. You're a fantastic host. Great to see you again, Desmond.
Thank you, brother. You're looking a little scragglier than the last time I saw you.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm getting older, a little, you know, been through the ringer a few times. It's I've seen the block once or twice, and yeah, so I'm just grateful to be here and to be able to see you again, and all my friends, and Elle as well. I hope she's doing well, and Sherry, I know from other online connections. So I'm glad to be here and to talk to you and be, you know, I'm grateful to be able to share my carceral experience at this year's Prisoners Justice Day broadcast. I'm not sure if I caught the last one. I've been here maybe 2 or 3 years ago and skipped one because I'm caught up in the system, as you mentioned. I'm serving a life sentence, which has resulted in kind of a precarious situation where I've been back and forth in the carceral system, in custody, in the community. I'm grateful to have been in the Salvation Army halfway house in Toronto for the last 3 years. So I feel good here. They've been a great support. I can't say enough about the Salvation Army as far as my experience has been anyway. And I'm sure it comes down to the individuals that have worked in these places, right? Because it's different everywhere you go. I spent a fair number of years in the system, provincial custody and federal custody. And I can tell you from experience that most of the people are good people. It's, well, I think, unfortunate circumstances or situations where people get caught up in cultures that may have been around for a long time. And it's hard to break free from some of the usual consistencies that have gone on. Although I have seen great heart and genuine helpfulness in the system from people working there as well. So that exists. It's just, it seems there's this conflictedness that exists within the system. And I don't know if it's completely financially driven, or, you know, people need to have a career and need to toe the line once they have a career. And if that career involves something that is somewhat controversial, whether it be, you know, environmentally questionable or morally questionable, you know, the systems that we've been living in for some time seem to be driven, I don't know, I guess financially or in turn driven to gain in some way. But there's always some cost to that gain.
I think it's interesting you mentioned that, James, because we think in Canada of ourselves as not having a for-profit prison system. But of course, somebody has to staff the prison or the jail. Somebody has to provide the food. Somebody has to do the cleaning. Somebody has to do the constructing. And so it is important, isn't it, to think about the way that somebody benefits from all of this carceral activity that we're talking about today.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you. That's what I was trying to say, but I appreciate you distilling that for me.
You say that you've been having a generally good experience living in a halfway house, and I'm happy to hear that. There are rules, however, even when you're living in the halfway house, and it's not exactly the freedom that everyone is looking for. Can you talk, if you could, if it's not too personal, and I don't need you to talk about your own specific situation, but just about some of the restrictions on life after you've left the big institution and are in a place like a halfway house?
Yeah, you, a lot of people wonder about that because if you look at, I think even when I was inside, I would look at like television, movies, or something, and I would think, okay, once I get out, there's going to be this big parade, and I'm free, and I can do whatever I want. I'm going to be on a yacht, and, having boat drinks, and all this party kind of lifestyle. And what the reality is even to get an opportunity to be in the community is very arduous. You have to go through a process of applying, of creating a plan. It's, and there's no education for it, really. You go inside like I did as a young teenager. And for me, it was just a matter of survival.
Take your time, brother. Maybe we should stop, James, if it's you want to keep going?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I'm good. Just,
yeah, take your time.
It's just brings up a lot. It's been a lot of years. It's been 3 decades since I was incarcerated. I wrote for 3 years about, yeah, I got out after 18 years. And then I've been back and forth for the last 16 years on day parole. Great. To be out for those periods of time and be able to reconnect with family and friends and make new friends. I'm sorry that I'm slowing this down and stuff.
This is why we're here, to hear from you. And we're grateful that you've persevered, James. Everybody that I know who's been able to connect with you and work with you is so grateful for the work that you continue to do. And that's why we wanted to have you on, and we're so glad that you waited.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Desmond and yeah, Jessica.
You've got a lot of
And
friends
everyone
here.
in the TPRP, Rajon.
James, I know we have to move on to some other things, but
Okay.
I wanted to share something with you before I go. You might have heard Sherry Meyer Gordon earlier, who spoke to us about folks in Regina, including her own husband who's incarcerated. And I just, if you can't see it, I wanted to share in the chat that she said, "Thanks for sharing, James. I await the day my husband comes home, and I know when he does, it won't be easy. I hope he has the strength you have."
Yeah. I wish her the best as well. You know, I know Sherry from online support groups. I've seen many of her messages, and so I'm very supportive of her as well. And her husband, I don't know personally, but I wish them both the best for sure. I know it's a difficult situation, obviously, and I encourage them to continue to stay connected to groups like this and their online groups, where I'm sure I'm familiar with Sherry, and just remain active in the support of positive changes. You know, I know I've seen so many things. I'm familiar with Sherry because I've seen a lot of posts that she's made in social media that are very supportive of, social justice and positive changes. And so I hope people will continue to have that response to what is often a difficult struggle and often makes people want to lash out, maybe to do negative things, but we can continue to respond. Sense of a sense of loving kindness. Yeah. That's what we all. That's what we all.
100%. I'm going to end it there, James, but I'm sending you a big hug, and I'm going to find you sometime soon to give you one in person. Thank you so much for joining us today, brother.
I got your number.
You sure do. You can use it anytime you want to, bro. Take care. That's James Rustin. You're watching Prisoners Justice Day, Pjd T.V 2023. I'm Desmond Cole. And we are going to keep going here in the spirit of love and friendship and solidarity with all incarcerated people and their family members and relatives and friends and allies, remembering today all of the people who have been taken from us by these carceral systems and fighting with those who are still inside, still behind the walls, but never forgotten. The name of Corey Cardinal has been brought up today already in the broadcast, fittingly so. Powerful advocate who was locked up for many years in Saskatchewan and who passed away a couple of years ago. Freelance Free Peoples are launching a zine for Corey, and in his memory and inspired by his life and his work. We're going to spend the next 9 or so minutes here hearing from Freelance and Free Peoples and this zine launch for Corey Cardinal.
Hi, friends. My name is Carrie.
Hi, I'm Nancy.
And we're a part of FLFP, and we're here to talk to you today about the launch of a zine project called Prison Pandemic Papers by Corey Charles Cardinal.
Corey was a Cree prisoner justice advocate and poet from Saskatchewan. He was incarcerated in the Saskatoon Correctional Centre during the early part of the pandemic, so in early 2020. And during that time, he was very active in organizing prisoners at the Saskatoon Correctional Centre, as well as other jails across the province. He organized people to write letters to the government to talk about the conditions that incarcerated people were dealing with during the pandemic. And he also helped to organize or led the organizing of 3 hunger strikes across the province, again, to draw attention to the conditions that people were suffering under during COVID. After his release in 2021, Corey sent me his papers, all of his papers, his writing, his artwork, his poetry from the time period that he was incarcerated during COVID. He sent them to Freelance Free Peoples, the group that Carrie and I are a part of, and asked us to compile a zine with selected writings. So the writing that he sent us was actually a huge stack of writing. But what he wanted to do from that was for us to take clips of writing and to create sort of a cool collage type zine project that would be used to raise awareness in the public about, again, the conditions inside jails in Saskatchewan during COVID-19, as well as his analysis of the prison system as a colonial institution. And so he sent his papers for FLFP to work on. And so the zine that we've created is a result of that work. And so Corey passed in June of 2021. And so the zine honors Corey's memory and the work that he wanted to do in raising public awareness and calling out to advocates such as yourself, everyone watching this recording, to support the work of incarcerated people who are doing community organizing.
So after Corey's passing in June 2021, in November 2021, FLFP came together for the first time to start the work around Corey's zine amidst the pandemic. So this is a photo of us coming together that day. Yeah, it had been the first time we had all seen each other in a while. It was nice to reconnect, and we wanted to start the zine off in a good way. So we came together and had a smudge and smudged Corey's work, and set the intention that we would hold all of his writing in a way that would honor him throughout the process. As things go, a significant amount of time passed before we were able to put all of our heart and energy into this work again. We kept a thread sort of alive over that time period, doing a bit of work here and there. Nancy and I are really lucky that we've been able to do work recently together that has created a significant amount of spaciousness that we've been able to commit to the project again. And following the 2nd anniversary of his passing, we thought it would be a good idea to go and visit his gravesite in Saskatchewan. And at the gravesite, we realized that there wasn't a headstone for Corey's grave, and Nancy thought it would be nice if we were able to get him one. And we thought that the zine would be a really great opportunity to fundraise to get that gravestone for him. And of course, with Prisoner Justice Day coming up, we thought we would focus all our efforts into getting the zine finished by Prisoners Justice Day, and creating a fundraiser that Nancy will talk about.
Oh, so the zine. Oh, there's us when we went to when we went to Saskatchewan, and some of the wildflowers that we picked to put on Corey's grave. Yeah. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what's in the zine, and just to show the first page and read the first page. And then I'll talk a little bit about the other things that are in the zine. So introduction. The following pages are true accounts and real experiences from inmates from the Saskatoon Correctional Centre during the COVID-19 outbreak, and the thoughts and actions these inmates took to protect themselves and each other from a negligent system that failed and exploited them. We, the inmates of Saskatoon Correctional, have begun taking action to stand up to the dominating structures of systemic oppression by uniting in a common cause and mind to prevail as men of character and dignity and form actions of defense through unification and humanity. So that's the first page, and you can get a sense there of Corey's very powerful writing. He was a very powerful orator, as well as a powerful poet and advocate. You can get a sense of that there. In the rest of the zine, there's more writing such as that talks about his experience during COVID-19 and the experiences of other prisoners during that time. He provides really detailed and perceptive analyses of prison conditions, an anti-racist and anti-colonial analysis that highlights the systemic oppression of Indigenous peoples within the prison system. He was also an artist, a visual artist, and a poet, as we mentioned. And so there's some of that artistic work in the zine as well. And then there's also a narrative around the 3 main hunger strikes that Corey was involved in organizing in Saskatchewan jails from very early 2020 to April 2020. There were 3 hunger strikes, one that was multi-institution and that also involved people on the outside, one that was focused on women's experiences at Pine Grove Correctional. So there's a narrative of those 3 hunger strikes and sort of the importance of that work, organizing hunger strike work in the zine. So the fundraiser, like Carrie said, which is to support the purchase of a headstone for Corey's grave. It's a GoFundMe fundraiser, and all contributions are very welcome and appreciated, and we are very grateful. Anyone who is able to donate $20 or more, we would be very happy to send you a copy of the Prison Pandemic Papers zine. And all the contributions to this GoFundMe will go directly to the purchasing of a headstone for Corey. We are Freelance Free Peoples is paying for the printing costs, and so all of the money that you donate will go towards the headstone. And thank you. And if you're not able to donate, then sharing the link is also very, very helpful. Carrie?
Thank you, everyone, for the space today to speak and to bring to fruition a project that has been really important to us. And we hope that, we do our best to honor Corey through this work. And we know that many of you were relatives and friends and knew Corey in many ways as well. And so we just wanted to thank you for all of the ways that you supported Corey. And we hope we can continue to carry his powerful work forward in meaningful ways.
That was Freelance Free Peoples announcing this zine project in honor of Corey Cardinal, who passed away 2 years ago. We say rest in peace to Corey Cardinal and sending love to all of his family, loved ones, a very large community of people who cared for him and who benefited from his amazing work. The GoFundMe, by the way, is going to be shared. I think it's been actually shared. If you're watching this on Facebook, on our Facebook page, you can support the GoFundMe for the zine project for Corey there. We are going to continue on now with an interview with a comrade and a fighter for justice who's been at this for too long, like most everyone on this broadcast this evening, but who finds the strength to continue in the name of his brother. Suleiman Fakiri, who was 30 years old, was beaten to death in December of 2016 by multiple guards at the Lindsay Correctional Facility. Suleiman shouldn't have been there. He should have been in a hospital. His family were desperately trying to reach out and get any information about him, and then they learned that he had died. This was no natural death, though. There's been so much evidence and documentation, investigative journalism reports, police reports, 3 different failures by police during 3 different investigations to charge any of the guards who, I can definitively say, it's not a question anymore, beat Suleiman Fakiri to death. We like to use the word allegedly in journalism. I don't think that applies in this case. Through it all, Suleiman's family have fought not just for him, but over the years have been organizing for justice for so many other incarcerated people who've been harmed, who've lost their lives, for their families, for their communities. And we just learned earlier this year that at this time, there's going to be an inquest this coming November into the killing of Suleiman Fakiri. Inquests in the province of Ontario do not carry with them the possibility of criminal charges, but they might shed further light on the many, many questions that Suleiman Fakiri's family continues to ask about why he was treated the way that he was and why he wasn't returned to his family safely in December of 2016. We are now joined by Yusuf Fakiri, the brother of the late Suleiman Fakiri, and he's going to share a message for us this Prisoner's Justice Day on behalf of his family.
Respected brothers and sisters in humanity, I greet you with the greetings of peace. My name is Yusuf Fakiri, and I'm the brother of the late Suleiman Fakiri. First and foremost, I want to thank my dear friend Lindsay Jennings and all the wonderful folks at the Prisoner Justice Committee for inviting me to speak today. My sincere and utmost apologies for not being able to make it in person, but I am with you in spirit, and I will be with you in this fight until the end. The story of my late brother Suleiman Fakiri is a story that all of us Canadians should be alarmed by, and all and every single human being who cares about mental illness and individuals suffering within the prison system should know about the story of Suleiman Fakiri. I want to briefly talk about his story, and I leave with a message of hope. Suleiman Fakiri was violently beaten to death at the Central East Correctional Center in December 2016. He had 50 bruises on his body. Both his legs and his hands were tied. He was pepper sprayed twice. He had a spit hood. And according to the eyewitness, one of the guards had his knee on his neck. Yet, after 3 police investigations, after 2 coroners report, after 1 ministry investigation, most of the guards that are involved in the violent murder of Suleiman Fakiri are still employees of the Ontario government. The police, in their most recent investigation, the OPP, articulated that there was not enough evidence into the beating death of Suleiman Faqidi, even though the chief pathologist connected the guards' actions directly into the death of Suleiman Faqidi. And this is what my family have gone through for the better part of almost 7 years. And so Suleiman's story is a story that should affect all of us, but his story is one of many, many stories and many tragedies the families go through. And this is why Prisoner Justice Day is so critical, so important for us to understand that the prison system that exists within the provincial at the federal level lacks accountability, lacks transparency. And that we are here today across the nation, holding different demonstrations to remind us first and foremost and our fellow Canadians of why it's so important for us to transform the system. For us to know that the system needs to have accountability and transparency, that it needs to stop operating in an opaque-esque manner, that we need to know what's going on inside. Yet it's still difficult to get information from the prison system. Yet it's still difficult that when tragedies upon tragedies happen, there is no accountability. Yet tragically, deaths upon deaths go unnoticed. Families are given their loved ones in a body bag without justice. Yet a lot of the provincial systems that folks know within the correctional system, there is no external oversight. Yet corrections seems to think that they could basically create oversight within their own. That's not possible. And you're going to continue to have tragedies upon tragedies if corrections continues to not have external accountability. And at the end of the day, our fight is about that. Our fight is to transform the system. Our fight is to build a society for the voiceless, not to have individuals and Canadians suffering from mental illness being thrown into the prison and given to their families in body bags, not to have individuals that lose their lives in the prison system, not to never know whatever happened to them. This is what we're living in, ladies and gentlemen. And I know many folks that will be speaking today have their own lived experience. And we should listen, we should hear them of what they went through. And that's why we continue to have Prisoner Justice Day, to remind and to continue this fight to build that better society. And so this is what families upon families go through year after year. You look at the story of Justin Saint-Amour, Cass Geddes, Jordan Sherrod, Ashley Smith, Suleiman Faqidi, Abdurrahman Hassan, Edward Snowshoe, and these stories have several links: mental illness and within the correctional system. They've lost their lives and there has not been any criminal accountability. And we as a society must do better. We as a nation must do better. And this is why we have Prisoner Justice Day. Suleiman, just like the many other Canadians that have lost their lives, had a story to tell. He was multilingual. He was an incredible son, an incredible brother. But at the end, he was a human being who deserved to be loved, who deserved dignity and respect. Yet in the course of 11 days, literally 11 days, ladies and gentlemen, we weren't able to see him. We tried to see him 3 times. We never knew what happened to him. Yet his end was 50 bruises, legs and hands tied, more than 12 guards, had a spit hood. Yet most of the guards are still employees of the Ontario government. And his tragedy is not a unique tragedy. It's a tragedy upon tragedies, ladies and gentlemen. This is Pearl. Families live this every day. Right? Over the course of 7 years, I've had the tragic opportunity of speaking with countless families. And I continue to speak with them because we have no choice but to fight. We chose to fight. We chose to fight because the system needs to change. The system needs to change because we
I believe, unfortunately, that Yusuf's address was cut off there. But we thank him, and I always appreciate the way that Yusuf calls out the names of others who have been taken from us by the state, who've been taken from us by these carceral systems, not just speaking about Suleiman, but using his voice to uplift the experiences of others. And we will be looking to November to provide whatever support we can to the Fakiri family as they go into that inquest process and hopefully get some answers for what happened to Suleiman. As we continue here on Prisoners Justice Day 2023, we are going to revisit something that we talked about at the very beginning, actually, of the broadcast, which is a project by the Tracking Injustice. The Tracking Injustice project, I should say, is involved in a memorial for the deaths of people in custody. They've done some quite shocking, but perhaps not surprising research into deaths in custody since the year 2000 and have uncovered 1,495 people in this country who have died in correctional facilities. And they have created a memorial, an online memorial that if you visit it now at the Injustice Project, you can see the names of people who have passed just this year in our institutions, along with a full accounting of all the names we know of the 1,495 people since the year 2000 who have been taken from us in these institutions. Joining us to talk more about that this evening is Alex McClelland, who is part of the Tracking Injustice Project, a researcher, and somebody helping us to shed a lot of important light today on the toll that these systems are taking, the most serious toll, which is death. Alex, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you for having me. Good to see you, Desmond.
Good to see you too. So we saw the memorial today. We had it up on the screen earlier on. We showed people where they can go to view your work. And so let me just begin by asking you to reflect on your findings since the year 2000.
Yeah, I think it's been we've been working on this project since 2021, and originally first tracking police-involved deaths, and I think we spoke about that a little bit last year when I was on the broadcast, and over the past 6 months, we've now been collecting and trying to document deaths in custody in all different custodial settings. So police custody, police vehicles, prisons, jails, immigration detention, youth detention, and forensic psychiatry institutions. And the findings have just been devastating. I have an amazing research team working with me, a number of students and volunteers who've been diligently searching through inquest records, coroners' websites. We've done access to information requests of departments of justice and coroners across the country, many of whom the privacy commissioners the people responding to our requests have tried to block what we're asking for, or have denied aspects of it, or given us impartial or imperfect information, lacking a lot of detail. And it's been really inconsistent and challenging for our team. I mean, trying to document so many deaths and so much horrific violence that happens across the country in these institutions. And but we know that there's no kind of consistent reporting or accounting of deaths. We know that communities of people who have been impacted by the carceral institutions, and families and friends of people who have lost people who've died in custody have been documenting deaths for years. And we wanted to kind of build upon those and kind of create a more formal system for documenting and remembering people. And I think one of the things that I have a tension with around our project is we enumerate the deaths, we bring a number to it, but we don't want to make or turn people into statistics at all. We want to highlight the depth of the horror and violence that happens, and we can do that with numbers, but we also want to honor people's memory and legacy. And so, I mean, in terms of our findings, we found, as you said, 1,495 deaths in custody, and that's a minimum number. We know that there are more. This is not it's an imperfect and challenging process trying to get access to deaths, and so we know that this is just a base level. There's more, and that means that there's an average of around 65 people who die in custody each year in Canada. So far, as you've already stated, there has been 45 deaths in custody since in the first 6 months of 2023. And I think one of the things that really stood out to me in our findings is that the average age of death is 44 and a half years old. I'm 44 and a half years old. And the average life expectancy for a non-incarcerated person in Canada is 81 years old. And so that in itself highlights the horrors and violence of these institutions, that they will cut your life expectancy in half, essentially. And so that's some of what we found.
I want to maybe, if we can, go a little deeper into that, because I imagine that in this research, you would have seen certain patterns in terms of geography, or maybe even in terms of circumstances that may have led up to. I mean, I know it's hard with so many individuals to trace the stories. We want to do that. We want to be able to tell as many individual stories and honor, as you said, as many individual circumstances and lives as possible. And that's why we encourage people definitely to go to trackinginjustice.ca/in-memory, where you can see the names of people who have been documented in this way. But can you tell us a little bit more about maybe some deeper trends or things that you noticed when doing this research and collecting this data? Because, for example, the average age of people is like offering a lot more depth and insight into who's being targeted and how it's impacting them.
Yeah, for sure. Our work is an ongoing. We're in an ongoing phase of our project, and our work is grounded in a data activist approach and a public criminology approach. So our idea is to make all of our data as accessible and public as possible and report on it as we develop it, because we want to help inform movements calling for transformation. And so we kind of actually tried to expedite some of our process so we'd be ready to highlight or develop the memorial, but we are in the process of investigating a lot more details about the people in our database. And we're looking at a whole range of different variables, understanding different types of custody, issues around gender, geography, the cause of death, the manner of death, any outcomes in relation to accountability, if there was a use of force involved. And so we will be reporting on those pieces hopefully sometime in fall, and we'll be making all of our data available and public. And so that people can start answering some of these questions that we haven't been able to, or looking at some of these patterns that we haven't been able to understand until we have this kind of grouping of data. So I actually don't have much more insight at the moment, because we're still kind of in progress. And so the things that we revealed are that, I mean, in terms of geographic disaggregation of things, we know that Ontario has the highest number of deaths with around 670 deaths, with Alberta has 208 deaths. British Columbia has 186 deaths that we know of, and we highlight also by year. So we can say, I mean, we've highlighted that we think there's around 65 deaths per year, but in 2020, One, there was 125 deaths, and in 2020, there was 108 deaths. So we can start to see patterns and get a better understanding of things, but we're not there yet. Like I can't really provide more detail than what we have provided already, but we will in the coming months be providing all of our data and more of an analysis to the public so people can answer some questions.
Now, more broadly, when I think about policing and reporting on a lot of people who are killed by the police, I often reflect on the fact that you don't have to die by the police's hand in order to suffer at their hands. Most people don't die. That's how that makes the news, is when the ultimate price is paid by somebody at the hands of the state. Then it makes the news and we hear about it. But just from your own work, and which has been longstanding, you've been hearing today, hearing people talk about the conditions inside jail. And I wonder if you could reflect on the conditions that we continue to face today that are life-taking, but not in the immediate, that take people's health away from them, that separate them from their families, that deteriorate their mental health.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think when we see how pervasive death in custody are, we think we don't often reflect on the impact of experiencing a death when you are in custody as well. And I think that's one of the things our project has highlighted. We actually have a blog post about this from someone who's incarcerated in Ontario, talking about the impact of being in an institution where there's multiple deaths that occur and the lack of communication that happens. No one knows what's going on. There ends up being lockdowns, there's no communication, and people are grieving in this isolated context and and it intensifies mental health issues and so much more. And so I think deaths in custody obviously impact the family and friends of the person who has been lost, but also impact everyone in the institution who is still incarcerated. And so that's one thing to highlight. I'm not sure if that answers your question, though.
It absolutely does. It absolutely does. I also wondered, you must have had countless exchanges with government officials trying to pull together this data. And you talked about some of the challenges of not wanting to give you some of the information that you are looking for. Can you give us an example of what that looks like when you contact a particular facility or institution or police force even, and say, look, this is what we're looking for? What are the ways that they try to deny you the information?
Well, if you file an access to information request to CSC, they just don't even respond, which is against the law, but they just don't even respond to you. And so we filed an access to information request asking for the numbers of people who have accessed medically assisted dying in federal institutions, because we know that that's happening. And I think Megan Linton's going to speak to that next. And we just haven't even got any information about that. They don't even respond. In Nova Scotia, we filed a number of access to information requests, and they redact everything to the point where you get no information at all. And so, but we are still able to figure out some pieces of information from it. They also, what's actually quite shocking to me is they just don't even internally have an official accounting of deaths. There's no system. So when you email, there's no record of some. So when we email when we contacted Nova Scotia, they say we have no record of deaths before the date of 2005. There's just no, it doesn't exist. And that's shocking to us. Those are people's lives. There's no official accounting or record of those people's deaths that they can communicate. And so we've encountered that. I mean, I think the other thing that we encounter, we also rely on publicly accessible information on the internet, and like through Corrections Service Canada and other websites, we did web scraping. We write a program that downloads all of the press releases related to deaths in custody. And one of the things that is still a horrific practice is that when there is a public facing accounting or public facing a document saying, or usually a press release saying someone died in such and such institution, they will put the person's name and also highlight that person's charges. So even in death, after serving time, those charges still are there. That person is only understood in those terms by these institutions. And that's something we're going to work to try and change and advocate against as well. But I mean, I think that's something that you see in terms of how the label of criminality just never leaves. Even in the specter of death, it just continues. And so I think we've seen those patterns highlighted really and really enforced. But those are some of the challenges we face and some of the things we've been seeing.
It's funny because Sherry Gordon mentioned the very same dynamic earlier on in the broadcast about criminality being attached to death, being attached to someone being harmed in the institutions. Alex, this is a day to honor all of those we've lost inside of these institutions and their families, and to honor all of the people who are still continuing to struggle. And I also know that for those of us who do this kind of enumeration, it can be very difficult. It's not easy work, and yet it's very, very necessary for all of the reasons that you've pointed out that our institutions are not keeping track. And so we thank you and your colleagues in the Tracking Injustice Project. We hope that you continue this really vital work, and we will be following for updates and sharing in the future.
Thank you so much, Desmond.
Okay, you take care. That was Alex McClellan of Tracking Injustice. Please go to trackinginjustice.ca/in-memory to see the memorial for those whose lives have been taken this year, and a full list of all of the names known of those who have been taken from us since 2000. As Alex mentioned, actually, we are moving on now to another conversation about incarceration and particularly disability justice. The MAID program in Canada, the Medical Assistance in Dying program, has been the subject of a lot of controversy. I think MAID as a program really highlights the disposability of people in this country who are poor, but particularly those who are poor and disabled, who are essentially offered the option to end their own lives rather than getting the supports that they need to keep living. And this is an ongoing reality for people who are incarcerated in Canada. And in fact, some statistics that we have available to us demonstrate that this is becoming more of an option in Canada than in many other countries around the world. So to join us right now to talk about medical assistance in dying and how it's playing out in our institutions is Megan Linton of the Disability Justice Network of Ontario. Megan, can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Good evening. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me.
What got you interested in specifically trying to understand more about MAID and prisons?
I mean, I think within the context of so many of these instances, it's a result of the unfortunate of not wanting to have to spend time or know more about this context, but working within the disability sector right now, especially. And as the Disability Justice Network, we get lots of requests from people, from disabled people, from people who, after they've been released, and more of those are talking about medical assistance in dying. And so as a result, we have had to try and understand more of what the context is of what's going on. And as Alex said, it's really difficult to get any information about what is happening, and the information that is available is sparse and devastating.
What do people with disabilities tell you about the conditions in jail and prison that lead to either them being referred to these kinds of MAID services or contemplating them?
Yeah, so I mean, I think in the case of lots of people, in the case of Ed Spiedel right now, who's trying to access medical assistance in dying, it's a result of being further disabled and debilitated by the criminal justice system, by the violent conditions of jails, and all that they do to harm and disable and debilitate people further, and all that they do to make people feel absolutely hopeless and desperate and attempting to relieve any source of pain. And as we've seen through the Disability Justice Network prison project, there's a lot of prisoners that we know that are not able to access their medications, are not able to access doctor's visits, are not able to get the treatment to prevent illnesses and disabilities from getting to a place where they are so painful, are so debilitating, are unable to move. And then in Ed's case, he has been in jail for decades and decades and has applied for compassionate release and was denied, and now has terminal illness. He has 21% of his lung capacity, and he says that he wants to die outside, and that's his only hope and his only fear is dying inside. And so he's applying for MAID while the federal government has turned down his parole board review application.
This might be a difficult question to answer, but is there no hesitancy on behalf of the government, I suppose, to provide MAID to people who are currently incarcerated under the idea that it essentially outs their complete failure to care for people in these systems? Like, doesn't allowing people to access MAID while incarcerated just give away the game that we are not here to take care of you, we are here to make you punished and make you suffer and be punished?
Yeah, and I think it really calls into question, if we have a death penalty in Canada, if we are forcing people to stay inside, if we are hearing them say, I want to be able to die outside of prison, and we're putting them in conditions that are exacerbating their illness drastically. Like, he has COPD. What is the state of prisons? It is terrible on your lungs. The air is awful, and he's not able to go outside because he can't walk there. And so it's all of these things that exacerbate and that demonstrate just how violent and how dangerous these conditions are. And I think, like, in some instances, the Office of the Correctional Investigator, Ivan Zinger, says that they would not, that it's humiliating as a country that we would do that, and that it should not be something that is happening inside. But right now, we're the only country in the world that is killing people in shackles through medical assistance and dying. And that's the circumstances. And we're not changing that. Or if they are changing that, they're doing it to punish people further so that they have to suffer longer if they're trying to get compassionate release and then are denied compassionate release. Sometimes they still won't be, their MAID won't be facilitated, even though that's their one wish. And so it's this one decision that they, even if someone decides how they want to end their life, they're removing that control. Even in death, they're taking control. Even in death, they're forcing greater punishment, greater devastation, like greater harm. And it's so, I think I'll never get past the cruelty of it.
I was reflecting earlier today on a comment by the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, about a very notorious serial killer who's incarcerated in Ontario, who he had some very ill wishes for when he heard that that individual was being transferred from maximum to medium security recently. And I think that his comments reflect the stigma and the idea that we send people to these places wanting them to suffer. How does the Disability Justice Network of Ontario combat the stigma that says that people should not only be incarcerated, but that they should be harmed while being incarcerated?
I think that we fundamentally reject that by saying that we are people who deserve, every single person is a human being who deserves compassion. And the only way that we're going to be able to respond to such egregious harm is through compassion, is through changing the world, and through really shifting our understanding. And I think that's what's so central about disability justice as an idea, is that it sees every single person and every single life as beautiful and valuable, even if it's a life that you might not want for yourself. But we still see it as something that is whole, and as every person as a person who is a whole being. And so I think that's what we try and put forward. And our goals are for really radical changes in order for people to be able to be their wholeness, their weirdness, their liveliness, their like care in the world. And that will only happen through these beautiful movements of abolition.
We thank you for being part of this beautiful movement and for the work that you do with the Disability Justice Network of Ontario. Megan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was Megan Linton of DJNO. Please feel free to check out their work online if you haven't done so already. They're doing a lot of fantastic work, and among other things, we've seen them speaking about the issue of medical assistance in dying at House of Commons committees and like public deliberations where these issues are being discussed. Speaking of, the people in positions of political power, we're going to hear from one now. We're going to hear from a longtime prison abolitionist who happens to also be a senator. Her name is Kim Pate, and I believe we have a statement ready from Senator Pate on the instance of this day, Prisoners' Justice Day 2023. So we're going to go to that now.
On Prisoner Justice Day, we honor those who have died in prisons, as well as their families, friends, and advocates that fight every day for real justice. Prisoner Justice Day has become an international movement to bring awareness to the systemic abuse of prisoners' rights worldwide. It began in Canada after a preventable death of a prisoner at Millhaven Penitentiary in 1976. Recurrent deaths and abhorrent victimization of the most marginalized in our society has shown that we have failed to address the deep-rooted problems in Canadian prisons. Today, we shed light on the continued neglect, violence, and abuse that plagues our prisons. Careless use of segregation and isolation measures disproportionately imposed on Indigenous prisoners, and especially Indigenous women, requires urgent action. Canada's prison system perpetuates a vicious colonial cycle of marginalization, criminalization, and institutionalization that must end. Today, let us honor the memory of those who have died in prisons by doing all we can to make sure that no others suffer the same human rights abuses. Nelson Mandela once said, "No one truly knows a nation until one has been inside its jails." If Canada is to confidently uphold its values of diversity, equality, and justice, and the government's reconciliation objective, we must embark on a clear commitment to decolonize, decriminalize, and decarcerate. Miigwech, merci, thank you.
That was Senator Kim Pate. We have any number of statements, mostly not from public officials who try to steer clear of this issue for reasons of stigma that we've been talking about all evening, but from any number of grassroots community organizations, families groups, mothers groups, pen pals, all kinds of people who provide support to people who are incarcerated. We're hoping to have a statement from folks in Millhaven today, but the group that they meet with regularly was canceled today, so we were not able to hear from them. But of course, there are statements all over the place from people who are incarcerated across Canada today, who are sharing their wishes, their solidarity, their demands. And we're going to read a statement now from Quakers Fostering Justice and from the Canadian Coalition for Children with Incarcerated Parents. You can see it on the screen here, I believe. Justice means keeping families together. On August 10th, our thoughts are with the children with children with incarcerated families. Join us while we advocate for the rights and well-being of these children and work towards a system that prioritizes family support and alternative sentencing options for families. We have a lot of time every year on this broadcast, and yet it never seems like it's enough. And one of the greatest things for me about being able to do these broadcasts every year has been the rare but wonderful moments when we are able to have people call in. We've had it happen a couple of times when Elle and I have been doing these broadcasts where people were actually able to reach out to us, from inside while we were doing the broadcast to get a little message out. And although we haven't been able to necessarily do that this year, I just want to say that even during this broadcast, my phone has rung. And to everyone out there who can hear the sound of my voice and who can hear the broadcast and see the broadcast this evening, wherever you may be, even though we can't see you right now, even though we are not able to hear you right now, you are in our hearts. We know that you are listening. We hear you. We hear your demands. We are here to amplify and to continue fighting every day until all of these walls are broken down, until all of you are free. And thank you for all the messages. I'm going to continue now with a fundraiser. This is a fundraiser on rafflebox.ca, and the title is the Prison Libraries Project of the Greater Edmonton Library Association is holding a raffle. Exciting. I don't think we've had a raffle on Prisoners Justice Day TV yet. Over the past 16 years, the post reads, the Prison Libraries Project has donated books and offered programs to 6 Edmonton area prisons and correctional centers, both provincial and federal. We believe in literacy writ large, where people have access to information and learning for their personal, leisure, and practical needs. This group is completely run by volunteers in all we do: writing workshops, book clubs, art workshops, beading sessions, guest author talks, zine making, and more. We have partnered with many other people in groups and individual programs, both large institutions as well as student groups. We share information suggesting other partners for programs where appropriate. Your raffle ticket will support the purchase of a traditionally tanned moose hide and beading supplies so incarcerated people can make moccasins. We are grateful for your support. If you are interested in purchasing a star blanket from Tassia, please email her at, I'm going to read it out, NATEWAYE at ualberta.ca. If you would like more information on the project or to get involved as a volunteer, go to, and then we have the link here, which I hope we will put in the Facebook chat because it's a little hard for me to read that all out. You can get involved in this wonderful raffle, which will also be supporting literacy. The Prison Libraries Project of the Greater Edmonton Library Association, again, is the sponsor for that. It's 9:30, and in case you needed a reminder, which I doubt you do at this point, you are listening to Pjd TV. It is Prisoners Justice Day 2023, the 48th commemoration of that day and the 4th installment of Pjd TV. One thing that is very, very important for us during these broadcasts is to say the names of people who have been taken from us in all carceral institutions. And at the beginning of the broadcast, we did read out the names of everyone we know of who has died in the first 6 months of 2023. now we have an understanding of, you know, how many people that can be in a given year in Canada, and it is dozens and dozens of people. Already this year, we have, surpassed what I think we could safely say now is an average number of deaths, but I hesitate to say that because one is too many. But just as we see with policing in this country, the number of people who are being taken from us in these carceral spaces is rising. And that's not a narrative that I think is common here in Canada. We love to talk about that other country that happens to be next door to us on the other side of the fake border, and how bad everything is there with the police and how bad everything is there with prisons. But the data that you've been hearing about shared during this broadcast, I think, sheds a little bit of light on the idea of the scope of the problem here in Canada. And as Alex McClellan said, we can never capture this merely with numbers. It's too trite and simplistic to just put out a number and say that people should care. A number can never account for a life lost. But the toll of suffering and death being the worst outcome of a, killer and debilitating system, the numbers are staggering, and we need change. And I'm just so grateful to everybody who's contributing to this broadcast, who has allowed for us to commemorate this for another year, to all of the people in different cities across the country who held demonstrations outside. We had a lot of really bad weather today, and people still have managed to make it out and to make themselves seen and heard. And they are helping to make today's broadcast possible. And speaking of which, actually, we are live because it's 9:30 where I am, but it's 6:30 in Vancouver. And Vancouver prison justice groups are live. We're going to go there for what we can hear is some drumming.
Thank you so much, Love Medicine. Today we are absolutely honored to be here with two big drums. So I want to invite Clint up, one of the coolest dudes I know, to come and talk about his drum and the work that he's doing. And I think we also have a special guest, Rosie, who's going to come and join Clint up at the front. Give it up to these two wonderful, beautiful humans. Thank you.
Again, we're live. This is Prisoners Justice Day commemorations in Vancouver.
Show him how it's done, Rosie.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for coming to this today. It's wonderful to see so much interest in Prisoners Justice Day. Thank you. Good to see you.
Hey, it's great to see you all out. The turnout here is fantastic. When I look around, I'm really kind of awed that people care enough to come out and really, make it known that what's happened is wrong. I'm one of several people here who've spent some time on sabbatical at the government's expense. So during that time, I watched a lot of good brothers, some young brothers, went on their path on over into the next world over just stupidity, over nothing, over stuff engineered by the system. And the biggest thing I can say about that is that for the most part, and I'm one of them, we were all funneled into that role. You know, we came in through group homes, foster homes, through the system. We were institutionalized from go, taken from our families, right into the system and sent right where you'd expect us to go, right into the penitentiary. So, after having spent the better part of my adult life inside, it took a long time for me to really come to terms with my own anger and frustration I had with the system and the continued systemic racism that's taken as normal. This kind of attitude that while you're Indian, you got to expect that. Oh, you know, you've come from that background. This is something you should be prepared for. Or, you know, welcome to the white world where you don't fit. We're not failed white men. I read Vine Deloria one time said he'd prefer to be a unaccepted Indian rather than a failed white man. I'm probably misquoting that, but the point being is that we don't belong in that system. We never have as Indians. And I say Indians, I-N-J-U-N-S. There's so many names for us over the years. We started out as Indians, then we were, I don't know, First Nations.
First Nations, and then Aboriginal.
Yeah. And
now we're Indigenous.
Yeah. It's like, they can't come up with a term for us. And it's funny because the things they can't deal with or kill, they can't seem to get the name straight. Can't get their own name for us. They don't even call us, we call ourselves, where I come from, we're Anishinaabe. We're the people. They don't call us that. They call us all Indians. Too many of these Indians that come up through the system never made it back out. I'd just like to tell the story of a young friend of mine when we were inside Corey White Duck. He came in, just a 21-year-old kid, dumb as a stump, drunk, went to the pen, got into the heroin, got himself out. He was out 2 days, decided he was going to go have a little taste there, and dead, OD'd. He got out, and the heroin was so much stronger outside than it was inside, it killed him. People say, oh, well, he made it back out. No, he didn't. He never made it back out. It's guys that I see like that who used to come and they'd sing at the drum with us. They had voices that needed to be heard, not heard. They're gone. So, you know, I work at WARS, the Western Aboriginal Harm Reduction Society, downtown. It's a sister organization of Vandu. Every meeting at the close, we take a few minutes of silence for those who've gone on ahead of us. And it's kind of a tradition to mention their names before the moment of silence comes. And the thing is, there's so many names that go through my head that, you know, the moment of silence has come and gone, and I'm still ramming people's names off that shouldn't have gone on that road. I take comfort in the old ones when they say that, you know, when a young one has passed on before, it's because they came back with an old spirit. So they were finishing off a previous journey. So having said that, I'd like to acknowledge all those people that have gone on before us, inside, outside, as a result of the prison system. And I wasn't supposed to speak here, but look at me go. Sorry,
good.
You say something.
No, I know. My name's Rosie. I was in for 23 years on a Life 16. I took a lot of time to work on myself, as in programs, as in working with elders and spiritual advisors, and I'm still working with elders out here. So that's, I guess, what kept me going inside, keep my sanity somewhat. It's can be a harsh environment. There's also a lot of good women that I met in there, and a lot that have passed needlessly. And one is Canoe James. I met her at Sask Pen back when they housed women there. They had a unit, and yeah, she was a princess, she said. And yeah, she died in segregation because staff didn't answer her call for help. And even though there were other residents down there in segregation, they didn't listen to them either. So there's a lot of people that have passed inside. That's you don't forget. So I'll show up for Prisoners Justice Day every year. I've been going to it ever since Elizabeth Fry came in to Edmonton, and I think that was back in 2002 that I first found out about what's going on, the history of the prison system, and how some just die needlessly. They went in there to do their sentence for their crime and end up dead. So I applaud everybody that's coming to hear about this today. I'd also like to talk about joint effort. An absolutely amazing group of women that volunteer their time to come into the prison. There's some paperwork over there about them. They've been coming in since 1979, I do believe. And I first met them when I transferred to FEI back in 2009, I think it was. And yeah, an amazing group of women. They are so amazing that I got their name on my arm, tagged to my many tattoos, most of them done in prison, as you might see if you're up close. But anyway, yeah, I applaud them for their tireless work. They are kind and generous women, and they've been nothing but supportive of me since I've been out. October, it'll be 2 years. Yeah. And except for the cell phones, I'm still having a hard time with that. Like, technology has so come a long way, man. But I'm doing well out here. And it's good to see everyone, and I thank you for coming. Thank you.
Sounds like a great gathering out there in Vancouver. A lot of people coming out to Prisoners Justice Day commemoration there. We were lucky to be able to listen in for a few minutes. The power of being able to broadcast live from all of these different locations is like one of the most valuable parts of being able to do this every year. So we thank our friends with PJD Vancouver. We have a little bit more from Vancouver because we've got an interview right now with Pjd Meenakshi Minow of, the Vancouver Prison Justice Day Committee interviews Pjd in the clip that you're about to see on the BC pen as a key site of struggle for prison justice. We're going to hear from them now.
We're here on unceded Kikite, Kwantlen, Stolo territories, colonially known as New West BC, and historically the capital of BC, and also the site to the decommissioned BC Penitentiary. Maheen Payette, who is a member of the Vancouver Prison Justice Day Committee, has been doing archival research into the history of this site, including the waves of resistance that have represented prisoner struggles. So I'm going to pass it over to Maheen to share a little.
Committee here in so-called Vancouver, and also a programmer with Stark Raven, which is a long-standing community radio show that focuses on prison justice and the psychiatric survivor movement. We're here today at the front gate of what used to be the BC Penitentiary. The BC Penitentiary was open here in so-called New Westminster from 1878 to 1980. It was the first prison to be built, federal prison to be built west of Manitoba, and for a long time it was the only federal prison this far out, far away from Manitoba. What's left of the building today, so the grounds have been, the building was decommissioned, the prison was decommissioned in 1980, and it sat around empty for a long time. And in the last 5 to 10 years, it's been redeveloped. The whole area has been redeveloped into like condominiums and really expensive houses. But what remains, there's a few structures left, mainly the main gate, which we see here today. The BC Penitentiary was from the get-go derelict and in terrible condition. The first building to be built was the main gate, and then there were like a couple of like wooden shacks. And then from then on, the prisoners themselves were made to build the rest of the buildings. But from the get-go, the conditions were terrible. It was always overcrowded. It was never like an appropriate kind of place for humans to be living in. The first riot to happen here was in 1934. The demand from the prisoners who took a hostage, one of the guards hostage, was for to reduce the overcrowding and also to be paid for the labor that they were doing. And they were successful, and that their riots, their action in 1934 led to the federal government instituting pay, at the time 5 cents a day, for prisoners who were working here. It's been known for having like a lot of like radical action here in the West Coast. There's been riots since 1934, 1963, 73, 75 of course is like a very well-known case where there was a hostage-taking situation, and a social worker, Mary Steinhauser, was killed during that interaction by the prison guards when they like swarmed in to take over the situation. There was an inquiry as a result of that, which led to recommendations that, surprising nobody, were never implemented. 1976 was probably the biggest riot, and that's kind of what brought me to learn a little bit more about the BC Penitentiary. So from February to September, every other month, there was pretty much a hostage taking. And then in September 27 of 1976, there was a big fucking riot. They took hostages, and the prisoners destroyed almost all the cell blocks in the building. In many cases with their own hands, they just like broke through the walls. The complaints were that the guards were being very abusive. There were some new regulations that have been instituted about like more humane treatment, which the guards weren't like implementing, and the overcrowding, access to proper medical care, and no support for people in segregation. So at the time, the inmate committee had been formed, and one of their main demands is that they demanded to have access to the people who were in segregation, because while they were in there, they were completely incommunicado from like any other prisoners. So those were like the main demands. The timing of the riot was also like significant because at the time, the prison guards, who at the time were represented by PSEC, the Public Service Alliance of Canada, Association of Canada, I don't know, doesn't matter. They were negotiating their contract, their collective agreement, And one of the things they were doing as part of their like so-called job action was to refusing to work overtime and do certain pieces of their work, which obviously the consequences were mainly negative for the prisoners, who were then kept in their cells longer, were denied access to medical care, etc. So the prisoners took matters into their own hands. On September 27, 1976, Claire Culhane got a phone call asking her to get to the BC Pen as quickly as she could. At the time, Culhane was a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee for the BC Penitentiary. A hostage-taking riot was taking place. She had been working with the members of the inmate committee to improve the conditions inside and address the myriad of human rights violations in the prison. The timing of this hostage-taking and riot was significant. The prison guards, at the time members of the Public Service Alliance of Canada, were in the middle of contract negotiations and using prisoners as pawns in their labor struggle. The guards were refusing to work overtime and perform certain duties as part of their negotiations. The people most impacted by this job action were, of course, the prisoners, who have no rights inside prison. The prisoners were very well aware of what the guards were up to, and they had enough. On that September night, when Claire Culhane was finally able to go and meet with the committee, and this
My little roomies across the
we
hall.
headed up the landscape hill towards the commissary, where the other members of the CAC were meeting with the IC, clanging noises and shouting round out from the east block. 10 bed sheets were strung along 10 smashed windows reading SOLIDARITY, Solidarity. Extensive media coverage during the week following from the 1976 riots would not feature photographs of the 10 sheets or even mention the significant slogan. Solidarity, such a mainstay of labor and union organizing language, a powerful word used by unions and labor organizations when their rights are on the table. I demand that we stand and support those workers when they fight. And yet, in 1976, PSAC, representing prison guards at BC Pen, had no solidarity for those humans they kept in cages. And those humans, those prisoners, demanded and continue to demand solidarity from us. It's important to note that this hostage-taking and riot was part of a bigger and longer fight that had been taking place across so-called Canada, as federal penitentiaries became catastrophically decrepit and overcrowded. During the 1976 riot, BC Pen's East Wing, which is where the sheets were hanging from, was completely destroyed from the inside. Completely. Like, you can see photos, and the walls are just like caved in, like absolutely destroyed. The prisoners broke their cages to set themselves free, and we should join them. We must reject any labor government that practices in the caging of humans. Today, provincial prison guards in BC are members of the BCGU Component 1, federal prison guards are members of the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers, and immigration detention guards are still members of the Public Service Alliance of Canada. So on August 10th and every day we need to remember these prisoners, we need to be in solidarity with them. Today this building is used for venues like weddings, other events that you might have, your birthday party, etc. There's a tattoo shop, there's a bridal store in there, and we were discussing this as we were walking around, like this kind of like history and this kind of like heaviness, like you cannot just like greenwash or like pinkwash with like gentrification. Like what we need to do is we need to like tear these places down, and there needs to be some like serious like spiritual healing before the land can be like used for anything again.
Okay, we're back, and that was Imagine Payet of the Vancouver PJD Committee on the historical importance of the BC Penitentiary as a site of resistance and struggle. Some amazing historical information there. We're so very grateful for that presentation. We're 5 minutes before 10 p.m. Eastern time, which is the point at which we said we were going to stop this broadcast. We are going to go a little bit over time because we're talking about incarceration and time is a colonial construct. So we're going to go a little over because we have a couple of more things to bring to you, including, I believe, the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies statement, which is the next thing that we wanted to bring up. We've heard a lot about E-Fry tonight. A dear friend of mine calls them Elizabeth Stir Fry. So every time I hear them now, I think of that. But please forgive me to all the hardworking people at E-Fry for making fun of your name. I want to read a statement. Oh, I'm not going to read the statement. We're going to listen as E-Fry delivers the statement for PJD 2023. So here it is.
My name is Emily Coyle. I work as the Executive Director of the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies. We're making this recording for our statement on Prisoner Justice Day and also to bring awareness to the status of the conditions in the prisons designated for women across the country. I am sitting today on the land of the Algonquin Nation, which is colonially known as Ottawa, and I am joined by my colleague, who I will let introduce herself.
I'm Nikki Kish. I work as CAFE's Associate Executive Director. Here today commemorating Prisoners' Justice Day 2023 from the traditional territories of the Lekwungen Nation, colonially known as Victoria, British Columbia.
Just by way of introduction, CAFES has a vision of a world without prisons, with strong and well-resourced communities for everyone. And we work to address the persistent ways in which women and gender diverse people who are impacted by criminalization are denied their humanity and excluded from considerations of community. Our network is a network of 22 local Elizabeth Fry societies who do the important on-the-ground work of supporting criminalized women and gender diverse people. And we also ensure that our work is driven by and is in collaboration with people who have experienced incarceration or who are at risk of incarceration. Today, Nikki and I are going to have a little discussion. And through that discussion, we're hoping to impart some of the information that we hope will be relevant for today. And so why do we at the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies believe in prison abolition?
Nobody can deny that making direct and immediate improvements to the dire and tragic conditions that people face is extremely important. And I think most of us in our network and in solidarity movements who work with us work from where we can and do what we can to achieve better outcomes for people. But what decades of advocacy in Canada's carceral system have demonstrated is that efforts to reform and improve prison systems lead to their deepening and scope creeping and expansion in ways that are always adverse and have only led to increasingly poor versions of the same problems that have long been occurring in the system. So reform, while important, is a short-sighted solution, and the only non-violent, non-carceral approach to resolving social harm is through abolition. Stopping the use of putting people in cages and removing them from their communities as a response to law breaking.
And as a response to all of the ways that we fail people in our society and our social, and the ways that our social harms are seen as individual rather than collective responsibilities. I mean, one of the challenges that we have in our system is that we have an overburdened system. We have many people who have been accused of breaking the law and have been placed in pretrial detention in our provincial jails. And so across the country, we have provincial jails that are full of people who haven't actually been convicted of anything yet and who are waiting for trial and who can't get bail. And unfortunately, what we see is atrocious conditions in the prisons, in the jails, I should say, provincial jails across the country that lead people to potentially pleading guilty to something they didn't do just so that they can get out. How are we going to build a world without prisons? How do we go about achieving that?
The whole carceral network and system is huge and overbearing, but abolition is practically achieved bite by bite. And so the more that we have people who've experienced the systems and can inform the work and the direction of abolition in ways that learning through receiving stories or textbooks cannot, we'll gain better insight into meaningful solutions. A lot of that's occurring through local network. We see people really fighting hard to improve conditions upstream or post all of the social determinants of incarceration. Many people bring the abolition argument back to the fact that we can't abolish prisons without creating the social conditions to sustain people. So we're seeing a lot of focus on increased housing initiatives, increased responses to addiction, and resolving all of the gaps that our social fabric isn't supporting right now. 50% of individuals in prisons designated for women in Canada being Indigenous demonstrates that the law is not fair or blind or impartial. And so from that, we should be seeing incarceration as a social crisis, an immediate national social crisis in need of resolution. We have teams that go into the prisons every month and work with incarcerated people. And our model focuses on building the education and agency of people so that we're not solving the problems for them, but we're giving them all of the resources that they need to be able to resolve their own problems when we're not there, and of course standing beside them. And so building communities of awareness, drawing on the existing frameworks and illustrating how what's actually occurring in Canadian prisons and in the state of incarceration is so different than what we've contemplated.
And so that is a really good way for us to start talking about some of the conditions that we've seen over the last year in the prisons designated for women. So with our teams of regional advocates that go in across the country to monitor conditions of confinement, we have prepared, a systems level overview of what we've seen and some of the major issues that continue to plague the federal prisons system. And I'm wondering if you can just give us a high level overview of those.
We really see lasting and compounded impacts of pandemic conditions. It's a very punitive system, and all of the conditions that lead to deficits and harms are experienced more harshly by people with more cumulative disadvantages and by Indigenous and Black people especially. So in the maximum security units, instances of placement in structured intervention units, the new segregation, use of force, denial of parole, not applying for parole. Incarceration is experienced longer and more harshly the more disadvantaged individuals have. We're seeing alarming rates of transfers to other regions, what we're calling community fracturing, where despite the fact that in Canada, prisons for women were regionalized to keep people close to their homes and communities and families. As a population management strategy, the CSE moves people to all over the country to places where people have very little support and then are released into new communities, which deepens cycles of criminalization. So this is a huge problem. People continue to be exposed to extreme heat and cold temperatures. We're seeing people who are very afraid and high reports of individuals disclosing the case that they are afraid to use the prison redress, the complaint and grievance process, that they don't understand how to use this and that they're being discouraged from using this. And then overall, we're seeing, again, bringing it back to those lasting impacts of the pandemic, huge deficits in preparing people to be released in prison. So prison being used as a warehouse function.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that you mentioned around the regionalization of the prisons designated for women, federal prisons across the country, in order to ensure that people were closer to their home communities. You know, importantly, we always have to mention that the solution to that is not the building of more prisons. The solution is always, how can we look to alternatives to incarceration as we build towards a world without prisons? Many criminalized women and gender diverse people are involved in our network in a number of capacities, including as part of our national office team, on our board of directors, as advocates in the prisons, and executive directors and staff, the local Elizabeth Fry societies across the country. And so for us, Prisoners Justice Day is an extremely important day to bring awareness to the work that we do in solidarity with all others who are doing this important work as well.
So much of what is considered decent about prisons has been gained through the efforts of individuals participating in collective action and in Prisoners Justice Day. So while prisons exist, ensuring that individuals are both aware of and able to exercise their constitutional protection to freedom of peaceful assembly, it's one more of the many reasons why Prisoners Justice Day is so important to CAFES.
We're going to end by sharing some of the words of our colleagues at CAFES. This was shared across the country in the prisons designated for women through our newsletter. So Jacqueline Olmsted, who is the lead advocate for the Ontario region, for me, what I love about my work with CAFES is that it is solidarity work. Working in solidarity to me means identifying shared goals and using our strengths, privileges, and knowledges to move towards it together. Working with CAFES is an opportunity to work towards a world that I believe is possible, one where we can take care of each other, navigate conflict with care, and move towards healing without relying on carceral logics. Prisoner Justice Day is an important part of moving toward this world because it creates space for us to come together, be that physically or through shared consciousness, to collectively grieve and remember those who have died, and to recognize and honor the legacies of resistance of incarcerated people against the harms of imprisonment.
That was the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies, and there's hardly a more fitting way, I think, as we draw to the end of this broadcast, to be encouraged to think about a world beyond these systems of incarceration and what it would look like. And I really appreciate the thoughts about being able to support people in our communities if we're going to get there. And that, of course, just breaking down the walls, which we must do, is never going to be enough. This is a huge generational project because it took us generations and generations to get here. And we thank the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies for all the work that they do with women across the country. It's about time to begin to reflect on everything that we have heard this evening, to thank everybody who's been a part of this evening, and then to end by once again sharing the names of those who have been taken from us in the first 6 months of this year in all of our carceral spaces in so-called Canada. So if I can try my best to summarize so much of what we've heard over 5 hours, and I know I can't do it justice, but we just heard about the need to abolish these systems and to create a completely different world, completely different responses to conflict, completely different responses to dysfunction and violence, which do happen in our society, but which aren't being solved by the methods that our governments are using. They're being exacerbated, and that the method to address what they see as violence and harm is simply more violence and harm and suffering. We've heard tonight about people doing disability justice work, and thinking about how MAID is sometimes, that's medical assistance in dying, is sometimes the only option for people who have suffered incarceration, but then yet those who are incarcerated or who are formerly incarcerated maybe can't even access dying in dignity, because that too will be denied to them after being punished by the system. We've heard from women at the P4W collective in Kingston about memorializing the women who were there up until 2000 when the facility was closed, about the strength, about the connections made between women, the love that they continue to have and share for each other, and the work that they continue to do to memorialize all women who have died in incarceration across so-called Canada. We heard from mothers advocates in places like Ottawa who are creating peer support, who have been doing this work for a very long time, reaching out to governments, organizing, doing the research, failing to get the systemic change that we all know that we need in the immediate, but continuing on as moms and as family members despite the difficulty of the struggle. We heard from an advocate in Regina whose own partner is incarcerated, and who shared not only his struggle, but the struggle of women hunger striking for weeks and months at a time inside, not just for themselves, but for others, and how the sacrifices of people that we remember on Prisoners Justice Day are not just the sacrifices of people who have died, but of those who are incarcerated today, who are willing to continue to risk their own lives and safety to improve conditions even just a little bit for those around them. We heard about the ongoing influence of Corey Cardinal and the zine memorializing him and his work and his outreach, his life lost a couple of years ago, and the people who continue to honor him. We heard from the Tracking Injustice Project. We saw their work at the beginning of the broadcast and the horrific toll that these carceral systems are taking in terms of the lives taken from us, the difficulty in getting information from our governments who want to kill in the dark, who want to take people away from us, but not even have us be able to have any information, who themselves don't keep this data, so that the Tracking Injustice Project may be the most extensive record that we have of how people are being disappeared in our carceral institutions, but that record has to be kept outside of the institution, because the institutions doing the killing will not account for their own, toll. We heard today about people in Vancouver who are part of Prisoners Justice Day Committee there, and the importance of the BC Pen as a historical site of resistance. We heard from a senator, one of the very few institutional voices speaking out against this. We heard from formerly incarcerated people who are now trying to make a new path in halfway houses, because, the state continues to hold on to you even after you're outside of the big institution. There are other institutions that you are beholden to and who are monitoring you. We heard very powerful testimony from a dear friend of ours who is still out here fighting and struggling, and we see him tonight and honor him and thank him so much for joining us. We have gone through a lot in 5 hours, and yet we only scratched the surface. Those are some of my reflections. I know we heard at the beginning from Rick Sauvé, who was fighting decades ago to allow people to vote in institutions, and to this day, in his 70s, still out here, still saying, you know, there's still voting rights that are being denied in our prisons. And that's what's on my desk today. And seeing the strength that he has to continue doing that, an inspiration to so many of us to keep going and to keep working and to keep fighting. We heard poetry, we heard drumming this evening. We shared a few tears, a couple of laughs, and we heard the voices of people recorded inside the institution who can't always get their voices out in the way that we want them to, but who we need to hear more directly from about the specific conditions that they're fighting, about the day-to-day living, about hunger strikes and work strikes, about forms of resistance, large and small, on the everyday that allow us to bring you this broadcast and continue advancing their work. So I can just say that we are grateful. And I want to tell you all, in case you missed it and you're with us right now, that we are grateful to everybody who joined us today. Rick Sauvé, the anonymous prisoner from Collins Bay Institution, Rachel Fader, Kathy Porter, Lindsay Jennings, Tina Eldridge, Farhat Rahman, Jeff Bradley, Lorraine St. Amour in honor of her son, Justin St. Amour, Vanessa, Wendy Baratow, Christoph Lewis, Sherry Gordon, Faith Eagle, Leon Laidlaw and Carter Chev, Joey Twins, Ann Hansen, and other members of the P4W Memorial Collective, Carrie Auger and Nancy Van Stuyvendale in honor of Corey Cardinal, James Ruston, Yusuf Fakiri, Alex McClelland, Megan Linton, Senator Kim Pate, Majan Payet and Meenakshi Minow, Emily Coyle, and Nikki Kish. I would be remiss if I didn't also, before we end this broadcast, say thank you to the team that is allowing you to see my face and hear my voice. It is a lot of work to put together Pjd TV. We do it with honor and with gratitude. And I want to say thank you to my co-host, Elle Jones, who tried to stick it out for as long as possible. It's like past 3 a.m. UK time right now. And our friend stuck it out for as long as possible, not feeling the greatest. Salute to you, Elle, and all of the incredible work every single day that you continue to do. And to our broadcast live streamers, Jessica Evans and Justin Pichet, with the assistance from Rajon Holit, this broadcast would be completely impossible without their tremendous work. You don't see them during the broadcast, but believe me, they are so foundational to everything that we've been able to do this evening. I want to thank the production team, Wendy Baratow, Tina Eldridge, Rachel Fader, Lindsay Jennings, and Justin Pichet. My name's Desmond Cole, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be with you. We're going to end the way that we began, and that is by reading the names of 45 people who have been taken from us in the first 6 months of this year. And then we are going to sign off. I should also add before we do that next year is going to be the 50th anniversary of Eddie Nayland's death. And it'll be the 49th Prisoners' Justice Day. We are going to be collecting demands for next year, and you can begin now to send those demands by email to Wendy, WENDY, letter J, Baratow, BARITEAU, at gmail.com. Wendy J. Baratow at gmail.com. If you're incarcerated and you want to reach out to Rittenhouse, you heard from a couple of folks from Rittenhouse earlier on in the broadcast, you can send mail to Rittenhouse. The address is 6 Trinity Square, That's 6 Trinity Square, Toronto, Ontario. The postal code is Mark 5, Gary 1, Betty 1. Please feel free to send mail to Rittenhouse at that address. Thank you once again. I always feel like I'm going to forget something before I end, but thank you once again to everybody who I might not have named who has made this broadcast possible. I will now read once again the names of those who have been taken from us in the first 6 months of the year. Michael Graham, Sebastian Chamberlain, Victor James, Nicholas Job, Cassandra Fox, unknown, Kinu James, Gilles Auger, unknown, Peter Paul, Tommy Vivi, Thomas Height, Steve Saray, Patrick Langevin, Eric Amaral, unknown, Gary Donald Johnston, unknown, Melvin Miller, Anthony Chatzimanolakis, Sarah Rose Denny, Dean Michael Devaney, Saeed Agal, Marc Andre Gaudreau, Jason Gagne, Richard Baudouin, Renaud Lepage, Oliver Murdoch, unknown, Damian Hawley, Norman Rosenblum, Sylvain Duquette, unknown, Serge Gagnon, unknown, Trevor Stewart, Jean Ledoux, Robert Osman, Vuk Perrick, Thomas Strobe, Danny Croxon, Michael Laverne Wentworth, Douglas Gordon Martin, Colton Pachinos, Alexis Simon. Until every cage is destroyed, until every wall is smashed and broken down, until all of us are free. See you next time. Thank you so much for joining us.